Ladies and gentlemen, if I may kindly ask you to please take your seats. We're going to be starting in the next 2 minutes. So if you're coming in with a cup of coffee, with your breakfast, you're more than welcome to do that. And if you can kindly please take your seats, we're going to start in the next 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
They are actually pouring from full cups.
My advice to young women is be yourself, be authentically
Be a
yourself.
part of this journey and taking part and contributing to society in this way.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good morning, good morning. Now, we just saw a beautiful video. I heard zero clapping, zero reaction. Can we show up for this moment and the day that we're about to have together? It's such a warm welcome to the ylc-ideal Summit 2022. We are, of course, talking about the Young Leaders Cohort. My name is Nozipho Shabalala. What an absolute privilege. What an absolute honor to be standing here in front of you and serving you as the program director for this very special event and this very special moment. Now, I'm not going to say much about the YLC other than that my cohort is the best cohort. Cohort 2, are you here? And I know I'm going to get into trouble now. Cohort 1, are you here? Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about an initiative of the International Women's Forum of South Africa. We are talking about an intentional and deliberate effort to build a cohort of young women leaders who are ethical leaders, who are conscious about the social change that we're looking for, who have their sleeves rolled up, ready to put their shoulders to the wheels and get the job done. We're talking about a program that has a strong foundation, 60 graduates in 2021, 50 more on the program now as part of the 2022 cohort, and hundreds and thousands more to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about a special space that is created for young, ethical women leaders to showcase their capability, but also to really step up for inclusive growth that we are all in pursuit of in the country and certainly the continent as well. And so it's no surprise that our theme for today is strength, power, prosperity. And this is strength. I just saw someone do a small clap in the corner. I saw your clap. I'm going to ask for generosity today. I'm going to ask for your generosity, not only for myself, but certainly for all of the speakers and the panelists that are going to be here on stage. It is consistent with the Year of the Tiger, so it's a very conscious selection of a theme today, and we are going to see strength. We are going to see power, and we are going to see pathways to prosperity through the many conversations that we're about to have today. So before we start our program, allow me just to pause and to create an opportunity to acknowledge some very special guests that are with us in the audience today. I'm going to start off with our headline sponsor, representing Investec today, and to say to Almi Cilliers, a very warm welcome to you. Thank you for being here with us. Without you, none of this. A warm welcome. Thank you. A warm welcome to Cynthia Griffin, Minister Counselor for Commercial Affairs and Regional Senior Commercial Officer at the U.S. Department of Commerce, looking after Sub-Saharan Africa. A warm welcome to our President of the International Women's Forum of South Africa, Madame Irene Shanley. I did see her in the room, there she is. A warm welcome, of course, to the Deputy President of the IWFSA, Madame Nolita Fagude. Thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of IWFSA board members that we'd like to acknowledge, starting off with Uma Futim Toba. A very good welcome to you, Mama. Allow me to welcome a IWFSA board member, but also chair of the YLC, Madame Charmaine Houvet. A big welcome to you. To IWFSA board member and YLC deputy chair, Madame Chaifosa Ramano. Thank you for being here. I've already given a shout out to the cohort 1 and cohort 2 mentees, so I do want to extend a special welcome to you, but I'd like to also extend a special welcome to all the mentors of cohort 1 and 2. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? I spotted my mentor sitting in the room as well, so super special to be here in this moment with her. Ladies and gentlemen, a special welcome to Lwazi Khoza, spokesperson at the Ministry of Transport. A special welcome to the Africa Director at Global Citizen, my sister, Chibet Chikumbu. Lovely to see you here and the Global Citizen team. A special welcome to the President of the African Women Chartered Accountants, or OCA as we call them and know them, Buhle Hanise. A very big welcome to you. Thank you, Buhle, for being here. A special welcome to the Deputy Director General at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, Thuli Manzini. Welcome. Thank you very much, Thuli. And to Nomvuyiso Pachi, a warm welcome in your capacity as CEO of the Association of Communications Technology. Thank you for being here with us. To all our speakers and to all our panelists who are going to be here on stage sharing their insights, their experiences, and their aspirations for the country, for women leaders, for the continent, and for the world. And I'd like to look directly into the camera and to say to the camera, a warm, warm welcome to all our online guests. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? And by the way, they are already active. So I saw Madame Shirley Zinn already online saying, I can't wait, I'm looking forward to this. Shirley and others, thank you so much for being here. And we look forward to you being a part of the conversation today. We're looking forward to your questions and your comments and your insights as the panels are underway. And we will make sure that you get to claim your share of voice in the conversation today. So as I get into our first speaker, allow me just to, in a few seconds, entice us about what are we about to experience today. What's on the menu? What are we about to experience? So we're going to have a fireside chat. And when I say fire, it means that it is a robust, dynamic conversation with our IWFSA leaders, led by our chair of the YLC. So we're really looking forward to that. And then we're going to have 3 panels. And these panels have excellent moderators on standby, ready to guide you through the conversation, and excellent speakers. The first panel is going to be really looking at young women leading the pack. We're talking about young women who are leading the charge against social ills. Our second panel is going to be looking at sustainable, conscious leadership. How do we do the business of not leaving anyone behind? And how do we normalize that as part of our behaviors and our lifestyle and our leadership styles? And our last panel is going to be looking at the digital vortex. And we're going to be asking the question, what does digital with a purpose look like, and how do we make that come alive? We're rounding it off with two really excellent keynote addresses. The first one looking at why women, youth, and entrepreneurs are key to success. And finally, we're going to round it off with the power of now, why collaboration and partnerships are the critical piece of every single puzzle that's going to make sense. So, as we get into our first speaker, I'd like to introduce Refilwe Dijomaje. And Refilwe, you're going to kill me if I've said that incorrectly, but I know you will correct me while killing me as well. She is the co-lead of YLC Conversations. She's the founder and director of Nawiri, which is a 100% Black-owned women company that focuses on personal branding and development for groundbreakers in the corporate space. So if you're not talking to Refilwe, are you a groundbreaker or not? This is the question we need to be grappling with. So as she comes up, let's do two things. One, let's give her a big round of applause. And we're going to cue a short video. Refilwe's job is to give us the context to the summit. Why are we here? What is the so what? What do we want to get out of it? Let's cue the video. Refilwe, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our second Leadership Ideal Summit. My name is Refilwe Dijomaje, and I'm the co-lead for the Digital Conversations pillar and the lead for the Ideal Leadership Summit. So let me take you through who YLC is first. The Young Leaders Connect is an initiative of the International Women's Forum South Africa. And in August 2020, the IWFSA relaunched the IDEAL program with the aim of developing the next generation of wonderful, ethical, powerful young women. YLC graduated 60 mentees last year that completed the formal and informal mentorship program. And this year, we have 50 new mentees that have joined, which kicked off in February and will end off in November. Thank you. So under YLC, we have 4 pillars. Our first pillar being mentorship. And this is where each mentee is paired up with the great women from IWFSA, and they help to develop, assist, sponsor, and coach us in our corporate journeys and entrepreneurial journey, which is really great. Thank you, ladies. Our conversations pillar, we host monthly conversations on various top-of-mind issues with leading academics, business people, government officials, as well as our YLC members. We have the entrepreneurship pillar, and here we have startups and SMMEs that we incubate and host various fundraising, information awareness, and awareness sessions and monthly training events. So today we also have another entrepreneurship event that will be taking place. And then we also have our board leadership, where we host conversations with IOD, King Commission, Due Corporations, law firms on board governance and leadership for our mentees who aspire and are eager to serve on boards. We recently launched our Ideal Book Club, and this is where we host South African authors and we review their books to unpack their leadership lessons, and we do this on a quarterly basis. Our communications team publishes a monthly newsletter and a quarterly magazine showcasing our young talent and a spotlight on the IWFSA esteemed members on their remarkable leadership and also other women from various industries. So today we are gathered here under the theme Strength, Power, and Prosperity in line with the Chinese zodiac for 2022. And this is for our second summit. The words sum up, obviously, the young women of YLC. Our collectiveness strengthens us, and we can stand up empowered to work together for a prosperous future. I'd like to thank Investec for hosting us here today, Maido for their generous sponsorship and participation in the summit, Sanao for the sponsorship and support, our speakers, panelists, and our wonderful MC. A big thank you to our parent organization, IWFSA, our YLC leadership, Ms. Charmaine Huve and Mam Tarfosa Romano, all the mentees and mentors, my fellow YLC colleagues, and all our guests here today. To echo Madam President Irene Shanley's words from the 2021 summit, the future is women, and we need young women to be okay in occupying spaces and to walk in like they belong. So let us all have a wonderful Ideal Day today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Refilwe, for setting the context for us and just reminding us why we are here. And again, as you might have seen on the screen, the hashtag for the day is #IdealDay. So whether it's on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, or any other platform, LinkedIn, let's trend. Let's bring attention to the conversations and the celebration here today. #IdealDay. Let's share some of your insights, what's resonating with you, some of those sound bites, and even your pictures. Those would be absolutely welcome as we use the hashtag today. I do also want to bring attention to the Wi-Fi password and username. If you're looking to get onto the Wi-Fi, please choose an INV guest to start off with, so Investec guest. You will then be redirected to put in a username and a password. The username is Thursday with a capital T, Thursday with a capital T, and the password is Spring Day 1. Spring Day, one word, capital S, number 1. Spring Day 1. We are aware right now that it might still be kicking some people out, but I know that the team is working on it and we're all going to be able to be connected in a short while. Again, I'm very excited at the activity on the stream. I'm seeing a lot of hellos. Madame Mujanki Gumbi online saying, oh my goodness, this is looking so good. So thank you very much. And we're gonna keep giving shout outs the more people engage and participate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now that Refilwe has given us the context of the summit, where we're coming from, and laid the ground for where we're going, it's an important opportunity for us to now welcome our sponsor, to extend welcoming remarks. So Almi Saliers is, of course, the CIO of Client Technology for Investec South Africa, and she leads the group's finance, global strategy, and digital transformation programs, amongst many other portfolios. As she comes up, let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Almi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed, and happy Spring Day in South Africa. A very special welcome to the second annual Leadership Summit Conference. We are delighted to participate and host this hybrid event from our offices in Sandton, demonstrating our commitment to building future women leaders. Today is all about collaborating, developing, growing, inspiring, and mentoring the next generation of women leaders. This event has brought together a coalition of thought leaders who exhibit great enthusiasm for our country and are from various sectors in business. They will share insights around the role of an ecosystem of stakeholders in driving sustainable transformation and which contributes to growth and economic inclusion. This speaks to our purpose at Investec, which is to create enduring worth while living in and not of society. While we are deeply vested in creating value for all our stakeholders, we are also conscious of acting in the interest of the communities and environments in which we operate. This focus on addressing the inequalities of the world and living within the planetary boundaries and of our resources is integral to our long-term success as a business and speaks to our commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As current and future leaders, we must collaborate and debate intergenerational challenges. It will help break down systemic stereotypes and so that the mentoring of our next generation of young leaders can really become a reality. Today, we encourage you to push the boundaries, reimagine your future, and reach for the stars, all through collaboration, innovation, and strategic partnerships. I certainly would not have been standing here today if it wasn't for the power of mentorship. As an 18-year-old, my heart was set on becoming a pharmacist, and the world of technology was an uncharted territory, especially for a woman, and I did not even consider it. Fast forward 17 years, 12 years at Investec, I just love what I do and the people I get to spend time with every day. Over the years, I've learned powerful lessons from male and female mentors, some directly, others indirectly. They've provided me with guidance, motivation, and emotional support. By being authentic role models, they have helped shape who I have become. They've believed in me more than I believed in myself. They saw opportunities I did not see, and which I was convinced I could not take on or achieve. And most importantly, they pushed me to be better every day. Mentorship doesn't just happen. You need to seek it out. Mentors are all around us, some of them gently nudging, subtly guiding and directing you. However, when you find that person that you connect with and you want them to mentor you, reach out, ask. Mentors are usually highly successful and busy people, so be prepared, set goals, and be curious to learn as much as possible from them. Mentorship is also a symbiotic relationship. Your mentor will learn as much from you as you will learn from them. Formalize your ask, be clear of what you want to achieve, the time spent with them, but most importantly, go in with tenacity and purpose. A mentor is someone who allows you to look deep inside yourself, who makes you see potential when you don't see it yourself. And as I look back, I'm deeply grateful for the people who influenced who I am today. I believe that when you leave here today, your mind will be filled with fresh knowledge, generosity of spirit, seize the opportunity to share wisdom and experiences and to network with your mentors and peers alike. I will close with a quote from Michelle Obama's book titled Becoming. For me, becoming isn't about arriving somewhere or achieving a certain aim. I see it instead as a forward motion, a means of evolving, a way to reach continuously toward a better self. The journey doesn't end. Welcome to Investec and enjoy every moment of today.
Thank you very much, Almi. It's such a warm welcome, but also such an insightful one. Thank you very much for bringing spirit and soul into the proceedings today. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate being here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our fireside chat. I'm going to buy our panelists a little bit of time. I see that we are putting on microphones at the back. We're taping things down. So as soon as everybody looks like they're ready, we're going to get started. But allow me first to maybe introduce our moderator for the session, because I can see that she is standing by. Let's welcome Madame Charmaine Houvet onto the stage. Let's give her a round of applause. And as expected, she has a very extensive bio, but I'm going to start off with a personal introduction. In the work that I do as a conversation strategist around the world, every now and then, and I think the last time I was in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and I looked into the audience, and there she was, giving me a thumbs up, saying, "You got this." And this is just the kind of person that she is, always there to be the wind beneath young women's wings. And so formally, we do know her in her capacity as Senior Director for Africa at Cisco, and we know her as a powerhouse in the ICT industry, and we know her as a bridge that is able to bring together different stakeholders, private and public, to make telecoms aspirations come true. So she is going to be leading our fireside chat today. Can I see all of our speakers already so they can join me? But I'm going to do very short intros because I know that the moderator probably has a lot of questions already lined up based on the introductions. Up on stage, walking past me, of course, is Madame Irene Shanley, the president of the International Women's Forum of South Africa. And I'll say briefly that we've enjoyed, as young women, watching her leadership in many ways in South Africa, including chairing the Gibela Rail Transport Consortium, including her leadership at the PIC. And we look at that, and it gives us the confidence that it can be done. So welcome, Madame. Thank you very much. Right next to Madame Charmaine, I had already acknowledged Madame Trifosa Ramano, but allow me just in this moment just to acknowledge her as a board member of the IWFSA, but also really showing what South Africa is capable of through her role at the Solidarity Fund, and also showing that women can be the pioneers in building strategies to really venture into new markets. And we watched her doing this as she was at the PPC. And of course, we know before that, she was one of those women when we talk about leadership at National Treasury that we would look to. So thank you very much, Madam, for being here. And then on the other side in red is, of course, Madame Futhi Mtoba. And again, I'll keep it brief, other than to say that if I do recall correctly, Madame Mtoba has very good ululating skills. And so in moments where she's exceptionally proud of the young women around her, you will hear it in her ululation. There we go. And I've been very blessed to hear that sound ringing out from her on many occasions in my own life. So I do want to acknowledge her as the first woman chair at Deloitte, the first woman president at the Association for the Advancement of Accountants. And we've seen her leadership at the PIC, at WDB, and of course having founded Teach South Africa as well. And thank you very much, Madam, for being here. And before I hand over to Madame Charmaine, allow me to then finally introduce our last panelist, and that is, of course, Madame Nolita Fakute, the chairman of Anglo-American's Management Board in South Africa, as well as the group director of Anglo-American PLC, author of Boardroom Dancing. If you have not read the book, I certainly hope that your order and your next steps are to exclusive books. And a leadership that extends to Cecil, South African Airways, Data Centrics. Last time I saw Madame Nolita, she stood up in front of at least 100 people on top of the stage. And the first thing that she said was, "We're very proud of the young women in this country and what they're doing." And those words continue to ring true for me, but for every woman that you've spoken those words to as well. Thank you very much. Madame Charmaine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nozi. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. And happy spring, and it's such an honor for me to be seated here with some of the leading
most phenomenal women in the country. It's an honor, and thank you for taking time out to join us this morning. Madam Prez, I'm going to start with you as the leader in the room, because YLC is actually your birth child. We actually report into your governance. Talk to us about IWFSA and why IWFSA. If anyone in the room is aspiring to become a member, or they think that maybe their organization may want to participate, why?
Yes, thanks, Charmaine, and welcome to everybody. It's wonderful looking at all these beautiful young people. You look amazing today. So firstly, IWFSA is just a dynamic, wonderful organization. IWF South Africa is part of a global organization consisting of 7,500 accomplished women leaders across 33 nations and all 6 continents. I mean, that's just phenomenal. These women, all of them, what they do, they get together across these continents, across diverse backgrounds, across sectors, industries. All these accomplished women, they inspire each other, they invigorate each other, they advance leadership across the continents for a changing world, because each one of us want to live in a better world, a better society. But one thing that unites all of these 7,500 accomplished women leaders is the fact that they want to develop the next generation of women leaders. They are there to mentor young people, young women, give them confidence, inspire them, uplift them. And our motto, every single of those 7,500 women, the objective of this organization is to ensure that as women rise, they lift. They lift other women up, women like yourselves and women like yourselves in this room, and many millions of women out there. So the YLC was formed specifically for that purpose. I think so one of the core, let me first start off just quickly to you, Madam Chair. One of the core, and I know Footy will talk about that maybe later on, but core to the IWFSA is the fact that we do our leadership development training. It's one of our flagship programs. So on an annual basis, we develop at least 60 women through formal leadership development training programs. We've got a program with, we'll talk about it later, with Duke and Facet. And in fact, the Facet CEO, Ayanda Maluleka, recently said, 60 per annum is not enough. Let's do 1,000 women, because these are developing women to take over companies, to lead companies. And that's really core to us. But coming back to the YLC, I said to Tryphosa this morning when we walked into this, when we just got into the elevator, I said, you know what? It just struck me that the YLC is actually the youth league of IWF. So when you think the league, think YLC. Because the YLC was established, it's an integral part of the IWFSA. Because what we do, the YLC is there to mentor the next generation of women leaders. And Refilwe said earlier on, and I'll reiterate that, when we say this young woman, which are all of you here, and millions, remember millions of young women out there, you are the ones we have been waiting for. And I'm just stealing a quote from our patron, Ma'am Becky. We are the ones, you are the ones we've been waiting for, because you are the ones who are the next CEOs of companies, the next chairs of companies, the next executive directors of companies, the next woman who will control this economy, the next presidents of the countries. You are those people, and the job or the role of IWFSA in particular is to ensure that that happens within our lifetime, not after, within our lifetime. So that's really, I mean, there's a lot to talk about, a lot of excitement, but it was intentional. What IWF is doing now, it's intentional, developing the next generation of women leaders, and we do this through the Young Leaders Connect, our own, what did I say? Youth League.
Yeah, thank you. And I actually like the emphasis in terms of the ethical leaders. And actually, as I look around, I see Z and I see a few other faces, Kosi and all of them who are on the IWFSA Duke Corporate Education Women in Leadership Program. We've also got Ms. Shipra Shisa. I saw her earlier, she's sitting there. And Shipra, you've played a phenomenal role just in terms of ensuring that that next generation gets into Duke. And we are actually gate crashing them in Singapore in a few days. I know you guys have a Singapore leg as well. So well done to IWFSA for that. We really appreciate that support. Well done. Ms. Nolita Fakuda, you know, I think in terms of your book, The Ballroom Dancing, I'm looking around at so many young leaders who are seated here who are so overwhelmed in their organizations currently, right? I think a lot of us just feel like we're banging our heads against the wall. There's just so much to accomplish. There's so much to achieve. There's just so much that, you know, we feel that not everyone always lifts as they rise. And it's really a rare few who respect us and who genuinely see us in these environments. Maybe please share some advice with you, because you're always so gracious whenever we talk to you. How do we spread that respect and that graciousness around, in corporates especially?
Thank you very much, Ms. Charmaine, and everyone for inviting us and to be part of this platform. As you know, all of us sitting here and also at home were from the generation that understood that for you to be heard, you were toying in the streets to get your freedom and attention. And so post-1994, all of us finding ourselves in the boardroom started to realize that we needed to find a new dance for the boardroom so that it's appropriate, and more importantly, so that it resonates with who you are as an individual. And so the whole notion of boardroom dancing, it's about you as an individual understanding the current environment that you operate from within, because one company to the next, they do things very differently. The cultures are different, the behaviors are different. However, as you dance, whatever dance you choose to have, you need to have your foundation steps. And your foundation steps, it's the toy, it's the issue of saying, I'm here based on principle, I'm here carrying a mandate, an implicit mandate for those who are not here, for those who are not represented. And more often than not, for us in our situation, those who are not represented in corporate boardrooms are women, are Black people, are young people. And therefore the whole issue, and it's very much aligned to the work that YLC is doing and IWFSA is doing, of saying we want the next generation of young leaders into these boardrooms as decision makers. It's because we know how hard and tough the road has been for most of us to get to these positions, because more often than not, we were first this, first that, first all sorts of things. However, we all said we cannot be the only ones. Because we have to bring others along with us. And therefore the work that we do, and all of us, I think from our generation, for me personally, I always say I do know that my purpose in life is to become a bridge so that others can walk across to access better and bigger and different opportunities from what we had when we started before 1994 even.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that. And I think Mamfuti Mtoba has given me very strict instructions. I'm not to ask a difficult question. She's my boss and she's the bosses of everyone here. But you know, I always get calls from all your mentees, Mamfuti, and there are many. And they're always checking with me, where's Mamfutu going? Did you give her a pack? How far are you with this? And I think you're one of those leaders who always displays that you definitely catch more flies, I think, with honey than with vinegar. You are absolutely amazing. And I think maybe just share with us in terms of the many very powerful, I think, initiatives that you are leading and driving. And I know, I'm thinking of all the mentees as they're running through my mind that actually you lead. How do you genuinely get this done?
Well, I guess thank you very much for inviting me here. And I just want to start off by welcoming all of you in my capacity as the chair of the Leadership Development Committee, under which the ylc and another program, which is the Fellows Program, which we spoke about, and I've got Shifra there. So I really have a lot of mentees. These are also the young, dynamic people that I work with, Triforsa and Charmaine and Shifra sitting there. Shifra, stand up, let them see you, please, because you've got your room here. So I guess one of the things that they always say about me, so I'm a woman, that's obvious, right? And then also the girl in me never left me. So I like lipstick. So I don't know if I have enough this morning, but I do love it. More than enough, thank you. So I guess it's important for all of us, you know, when you walk into any environment, you actually want to see the people that also look like you, that relate like you, that loves the things that you do. So I guess also, my own profession was in an environment where I had young people around me. You know, in an auditing environment, every 3 years, every year you are bringing in young people that come into the organization. So you learn that you learn more from them, just like I've learned from you guys, than you even impart. So part of this whole issue that IWFS does of bringing up women is also to keep ourselves up. Because as you come, we learn too. We learn to adapt, we learn to find new ways of doing everything. So I guess to answer your question in a nutshell, yeah, I think there is enough room in all of us to really look after everybody. And I think one of the most important point that I would like to raise, when I was asked, how did you, without any mentor, woman in wherever you were, really what you do, you find your own mentor. You don't have to have an official mentor. You just choose your own mentor and you say, this one is my private mentor. You know, like when we are kids, we have your private friend. You also have your private mentor and you just copy whatever you like about them and you delete whatever you don't like, you know, or you mute anything else that you really think they're horrible about. So yeah, I don't know. I'll talk about many of the other initiatives later, but we agreed that today we are allowing the two heads that to speak a lot.
Yeah, got it. And you're the boss, so we take your lead. And I think there's nobody who knows more about taking over than Triforsa. Yes. Because if there's anything where there's vision involved, if you see something, you take the baton and you run with it. And I think we can't complain about that. And in fact, I was saying to you the other day that when I think of ylc, I think of you as the spirit of ylc. For any youngsters in the room who don't have a mentor, here's a mentor for you. You know, I'm driven, I'm always pulled into things like Girl Code, We Think Code, I'm the Code, all of these initiatives, Box Fusion was sitting here, they always pull me into all of their little, you know, dramas. But I think, you've been so phenomenal. Every time I see you, you're surrounded by youth. I've never seen you actually surrounded with anyone but excited, bubbly young professionals, and you really do lift as you rise. And I love the recent initiative that you launched where there was quite a focus on gender lens investing. And if I look around the room, we've got so many people in business, we've got so many people who are entrepreneurs, startups, Talk to us about the work. I think firstly, YLC, you launched us in August 2020 at the Cisco Incubation Hub, and you did a phenomenal job in terms of staying the course, staying the path, motivating the mentees in the room, motivating me, giving us that energy even when we felt it's enough. And then, of course, you also extended yourself into Wekona. You've extended yourself from AWCA and so many other programs. Talk to us about all of these amazing initiatives.
Thank you very much, Charmaine, and thank you very much to my President and Deputy President and Chair of LDC, and thanks to everyone. And let's also cheer the men that are here with us today, coming to cheer us. I always say I used to be a dancer, and I like the stage. The minute you give me the stage, I just show you all the moves. And the reason I managed to, I do that is because when I tell people I used to be shy as well as a young child, they said I'm lying because when I take the stage, I take the stage. But also the key important thing, especially to young people, is that when you are not invited, invite yourself. I've learned that as a child. I remember I said to somebody, I was chased away at the party. I was 13 years old because I invited myself. I said, yo, they forgot us. And we arrived. For the first time, I saw many cakes on the table. I said, oh, it's for us. And I started cutting the cakes. Everybody followed, and I was chased away. But I didn't go. I stand by the gate. I said, but it's not my fault. But those are the resilience you learn as a young person. And for me, the issue of learning as you go, it's like a baby. You know, the baby, how they learn to walk, they watch you walking and then they think they can do exactly the same thing. So I do that a lot. And I've learned from most of the women that have been ahead of us in terms of how they do things. And I was much inspired years ago when I started coming to the profession because I was never a public speaker, but I'm a dancer, all right? And I saw Gloria Sirobe speaking at the Abasa function with Standard Bank. Standard Bank sponsoring Abbas at the time. And I was like, shoo, can you really speak like that at the front? And I was much more inspired. Then the other day I saw Nolita at some BMF gala dinner also speaking. And I thought, yo, if they can do it, then I can do it. Yes. So my message to you is that if anybody can do it, you can do it. Yes. And that's why even for young people, I always say, first thing, education is an equalizer. In terms of breaking poverty in this world, education is key to success. It gives you the keys to open the doors wherever you want to go. Because without it, you don't know how much the world is like, and it gives you that opportunity. And then once you have it, you are not have to stick to what you've studied for. Then you can be able to open up. And that is why I'm so much interested in the support of young people, because I was supported myself. I saw many people having an interest in me, not understanding why, because I was very intelligent but it helped me in that sense. Then I believe that then let me share it with the others. And the other thing is that I have young girls, I have young children, and it's girls. And I believe that as one mentors, then they learn from me and they can learn from the others. So that is just my philosophy. I've got a young spirit, unfortunately, and it's up to you. Okay, for others, I don't. Fortunately, and I love it as it is. That is why I surround myself with young people, because I learn every day. But they also cry because I can be very hard. Yeah.
Resilience, Mam Nolita, you also touched on it earlier. And I think it's so important, especially with the roles you lead. How do young people stay resilient? How do we keep coming back? Because Trapose is so right. And I think especially with the work that we do, Madam Prez, it's work that somebody said to me this weekend, how many extra weekend jobs do you have? And we all do, all of us, and many in the room. How do we stay resilient?
Wow, resilience, over time, you find ways of coping. But I think what's important also within this conversation is the fact that there are networks and organizations throughout, whether it's in the church or in society or in business as business associations. Those are some of the structures that have helped us to have the kind of support and network structure that would make you feel like I've got a safe space, I've got a safe home where I can talk openly about how I'm feeling and what is happening to me, because remember, we're spread all over the place. So when you are getting the knocks wherever you are, you need to go somewhere and say, hey, I need to take off my shoes now. And when you do that, in a space like IWFSA or even OCO or ABASA, BLSA, a lot of the Black Business Associations for us, those were the safe spaces because you could get there and talk about this and this is happening. Am I seeing things? Am I going crazy? Because you second guess yourself. You start not believing that you were that A student that got all those distinctions and scholarships. You start believing that maybe I don't speak good English because everybody is speaking good English with an accent. And so the environment really can be tough. So the resilience, as much as you have those safe spaces, it's also about you digging deeper into yourself to understand who you are, what you stand for, your values, your principles, not forgetting who you are, and a lot of channeling people that you admire. For me, it used to be channeling my mother and my grandmother. Say they don't know whose daughter I am, you know. And then later you look at people and say, well, they don't know, you know. What would Winnie Mandela do if she walked into this room? She would just look at them and, you know, and you do there's all sorts of things you do. And also knowing that there are women out there who, whether they know or do not know you, are cheering for you and championing you. For me, that was personally one of the greatest support and structures that I had, my imaginary board that Foot is talking about, because when I was the president of the BMF, 2003, it was a story of first woman president of the organization. How are you going to deal with this big organization? History, the former leaders, Lawton Ndlovu, Bheki Sibiya, Eric Mafuna, and you really start thinking, oh, maybe I've made a mistake. I shouldn't have agreed to go and take this role. But then you look around at ABASA, they have a woman president, Futim Toba. I didn't even know her, but she was looking out for me in the system and saying, talk, say something if you need support. But then eventually it's back to the point of when you're sitting alone is to say, who are you? What are you bringing to the table? Because each and every one of us has got something unique and different that you bring to the table. So I always talk about the 5 pairs of shoes that I bring with me into a role. First pair of shoes is a pair of high heel shoes, which then when I put them on, I know I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with my peers, whether they're men or women. The second pair of shoes that I bring with me is a pair of sneakers so that I can be agile and be able to do and run around and do the things that I need to do. And the third pair of shoes is a pair of boots, gum boots, preferably with spikes, so that I can kick butt when required. And the fourth pair of shoes is my nice pair. I don't have them, but it's the high heel ones, the ones that they say you slay when you are wearing those. So that I can remember that I'm a woman and I keep my femininity and not forget that. And then the fifth one is my fluffy pair of slippers so that I can relax and feel comfortable and not take myself too seriously. And it's important that when you get into any organization and leadership role, you use those shoes accordingly and at an appropriate time.
Love that. Love it. And I think just in terms of it's so spot on because we all, each and every one of us in the room, and if you don't have it, congratulations, well done. We all walk around with our imposter syndrome. We always feel so overwhelmed. And you know, Madam Praise, I think often we go into boardrooms and I think we're invited into spaces and places where our minds haven't even imagined we'll ever get there because of people like you who would call and say, hey, my sister needs this, my sister needs that. You know, and how do we do more of that? How do we open those boardrooms? Because again, for this conversation and this day, it was easy for me to call all of my sisters and brothers and contacts and say, you're speaking today for YLC, off we go. And everybody showed up and I still get shocked every time I see you guys sitting here, I'm still in shock. But how do we maintain that?
As I'm answering this, I just want to go back to the point of resilience as well. I always say the advantage that young people have is youth. I always say to you, you have the advantage of age. When you were a child, remember resilience. Always think back when we were all children. When you started walking, you would fall down. You get up. You ride the bicycle, you'll fall, you're full of blood, you'll go and ride the bicycle again. When you start speaking, it doesn't matter who's in the room, you would speak, am I right? And whatever you bubble, you eventually speak. Why have we forgotten that we can be fearless, like in the same ways when we were children? We sometimes forget because once we're adults, all of a sudden, we freeze up. We're scared. So I always say to people, and this is something that I practiced myself, because initially as an adult, you get into a corporate environment, and each one of you would have experienced this. You're scared, you're not sure of yourself. You don't want to ask a question because you think, oh no, these are all clever people, they have experience. What am I going to sound like? This is where I always encourage women to say, change that behavior. Become fearless. Because the advantage that I have, my background is the labor movement. So when I got into the corporate world, I was fearless. Who are these people? When you walk into that room, I belong there. I used to wear in fact, I used to have a lime suit, you remember? Jacket, pants, walk into the court. Footy will remember I used to walk into the boardroom of Deloitte. How many black people do you have? If you want our business, when are they becoming partners? Oh no, we have a 5-year program. Well, that's not long enough. We want 1 year. So the issue is women, all of the young people. Remember when you used to fall and you used to get up. You have an inbuilt resilience. Go and find it. Exploit and release it. So that when you, I always say, so each one of you, when you walk out of here, just walk up there, not like, oh, are they seeing me? Let me just slip in here. No, you walk. You walk as if you belong. Why do you have to walk as if you belong? Because you belong there. Because remember, if you are going to walk with doubt and you're not sure of yourself, somebody else sees this and they will take advantage of you. So when you want to ask a question, you ask it. Wherever you are, don't be scared. Be fearless. Bring that child in you out. You have that resilience. So when you talk about the shoes, I remember when we were in the, I used to go to meetings. I would actually wear a wedge so that I am, it's so interesting when you say that, so that I can look at you in your eyes. Never look, remember in our culture sometimes we're not allowed to look into people's eyes. You look this way, you look that way. And sometimes in a workplace, it's misinterpreted. You don't know what you're doing. This person don't have the confidence. So I am encouraging you, look in somebody in their eye. Sometimes if you're level, if you're short, wear high heels. If you don't have, because nowadays people wear sneakers, it's in the fashion, then you look up, but you look them in the eye, because you have the right to do that. So if there's one thing you need to take out from here, and when we say these things, it's because we have done it before. We arrived at where we are because we practice this. And we used to practice this being alone out there. The advantage that you have this network of women. You have the IWFSA, you have the YLC, we have the Accounts Women, all the other women's organizations around us to support you, to uplift you. And that network that you have can also become your net worth. Don't forget that. Your network can also become your net worth. You are the ones you have been waiting for. You are the one, when you walk out anywhere, you belong with it. Nobody can tell you otherwise. So always walk as if you belong, because you do belong there. That's the advice I can share with everyone else.
Love it. Love that. And Shai, advice in closing for every young person in this room and every man and woman in the room.
Thank you, Charmaine. What Madam President said about your network, that's very important. Yeah. My philosophy to the young people, I said, invest in your favor bank. You ask yourself, what is a favor bank? Is that what you do now, tomorrow, you may call on it to assist you. So always be where it matters. When you are here today, it's not that you are here to do somebody a favor, but it's your own favor bank. Create your own network. Tomorrow, you're going to need it. YLC a reintroduction could not have happened if it was not the investment in that favor bank. I had to call everybody that benefited from me. I said, come, it's time now for withdrawal. We are going to relaunch YLC.
Mamputi, guidance and advice?
Oh yes, so today's theme, I love it because it's strength, power and prosperity. And one of the question around strength, just building on what Madam President was saying, you know, confidence, working on what, is really knowing yourself. What are you good at and what are your weaknesses? And also to accept who you are, because that's the only way you can know what time is it right to walk as I belong, or what time is it correct to now go and fetch Squeezer to come and walk with me. Because then you know, then that way you are able to just always be versatile in those shoes that Squeezer was talking about. And then the power for me is it always goes back to the biblical power that says, so you do unto others as you would like done to yourself. So even in that corporate environment as you lead, because you are aware of yourself, you are also wanting to do things as you would want to be done to yourself. That creates that holistic person that is always aware and not assuming things about people. Meanwhile, you should be always aware. And then prosperity truly is living anywhere where you go better than you found it. It doesn't matter what it is. Any organization, any encounter, even today, leave this session better than it was, so that next year it can be better because you were here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For coming.
Thank you. And on that said, I'm going to wrap the panel up. I can't add to that. All I want to say, please don't rush off. I know from personal experience, even though I'm in contact with all of these women, trying to get them to a cup of coffee or trying to talk to them, they are very in high demand, they're busy. So please take this opportunity today to network with them, to speak to them, to make sure they are your mentors. And thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Back over.
Can we please give our moderator a big round of applause, please? My next big move is I'm also going to wear sneakers while moderating right now. I think that looks so cool, so in control, so I'm inspired. But so many takeaways from the conversation. Make sure, ladies, that you've got your high heels, you've got your sneakers, you've got your wedges, you've got the boots with the spikes, you've got the sleigh heels, and you've also got your slippers, because we have to occupy so many different identities and so many different roles, and we want to make sure that you are game fit for every single scenario. So thank you very much for that reminder. And my personal takeaway, if I'm not invited, I'm inviting myself. That is my new mantra going forward. Thank you very much to our moderator. Thank you very much to all our speakers. We're going to move swiftly now into our first panel discussion, and I'm going to very quickly ask our moderator, another sister of mine, Sonwabisi Mzinyati. Let's give her a round of applause. Sonwabisi, as she comes up. I did see her earlier. I'm scanning. Oh, there she is. And she's getting mic'd up. So if you are not already mic'd up, you should be. That is Zandile Makaya Kosi. I hope you're getting mic'd up very quickly. And Nyaka Lomarafa as well. So as they go to the back to get mic'd up, I'm going to do the honors of just introducing them so that when they're coming onto stage, they are literally coming in and taking their seats. And I see that I've got another screen behind me, and I can see that we've got Z on as well, joining us, as well as Pumza Diani, also joining us in this panel. Now, allow me to just take the moment to quickly remind everyone, I'm seeing a lot of hugs and kisses at the back. Panelists, no hugs and kisses. We're waiting for you here in the front. Sizothandana later. Right, so allow me just to do, just to make a couple of announcements while we make way for them. The first announcement is this. I want to just say a big shout out to everybody online. We have been watching all your commentary. Now that we're getting into the panel discussions, hopefully the moderators might leave about 5 minutes or so, so that your voice can also be heard in terms of your questions and your comments. So please make sure that you send your questions and your comments, and we'll feed them through to the moderator so that they can integrate your voice into the conversation as well. I'm going to take a moment just to introduce our moderator, who will then introduce the rest of her panel. But Sonwabisi, a young, dynamic sister of mine who's chair of the board of the South African Women in ICT Forum. And so when we're listening to our IWFSA leaders talking about that in this room sit the future chair ladies and chairpersons, this is what we're talking about, and we're seeing Sonwabisi already having stepped up to leadership in that regard. She is also a trustee of the board at the Cisco Foundation Charitable Trust. She's also an acting chair of the board of directors for the South African Women in ICT Forum. So she is an all-round powerhouse doing amazing things. So let's give a big round of applause, please. So, sis, I'm going to hand over to you to begin to introduce your panelists, and I'm going to help you get them onto the stage as quickly as possible. Over to you.
Am I audible? Good morning, everybody. For those who I didn't see during Women's Month, a very, very big Women's Month to you all. I hope you were blessed. I certainly was. Every single event I attended, I think there was a day where I even had 4 events and a dinner. I showed up, I put on makeup. But the trend that was happening this August is that everyone started off by, when it was a Q&A session for all the for the panelists, they started off, instead of asking questions, they gave testimonies. They would go, hello, ma'am, you don't know me. 2 years ago, I bumped into you somewhere and you helped me like this. Hello, you don't know me. In my career, I've watched you and you've helped me grow. So before I introduce my panel, I want to start off by thanking the women in the room who, when you got up and fought, you didn't realize that you were helping us to fight. You were helping us to claim our seats and to claim our journeys and to know that we belong. So thank you so much. So I hope you're excited, because I'm excited. I'm about to introduce dynamic women who are leading and are doing great and amazing things in South Africa. If you don't know them, well, I'm happy to introduce you to them today. First up, I have Kosi. Kosi is a CFO for King Price. She's been in the insurance industry for many, many years. She was born in Springs. She believes in hope. For her, if you're going to be doing anything, you need to have hope, you need to create your own dreams, you need to believe that you can and do anything that you want. She has an MBA from UCT, and really an amazing entrepreneur in her own right as a founding director of The Shard. Welcome, Kos. Next up, I have Z. Z was mentioned earlier. She is in the Office of the Auditor General. She is an impact agent. She's an empowered coach, learning. She's very curious about 4IR and skills development overall, and as well as engineering. She leads, she coaches, she empowers, and really, really phenomenal woman. And she's part of IWFSA Duke 2022 Fellowship. Next up, we have Zandi. Zandi is the CEO and co-founder of Girl Code, a non-profit organization that empowers young girls and women through technology, but I'm sure all of you know her by now. She's trained over 60,000 young girls in coding, all the way from rural areas to townships, and really digging them up to make sure that no one is left behind during 4IR. She also has an exciting news that she will share with us today. Last but not least, I'd like to welcome Phumza Diani. Phumza is a Chief Marketing and Sales Officer at BBI. She is the part of the Africa Partnership for Regional Consortium of Experts for Development Africa. Wow, guys, I didn't know this about my friend. She is an international partner of World Business Angels Forum for Investments, the chairperson for Africa, leading the women's column. She has an MBA, and she's a top 100 global women leader. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we were instructed by Ree, who is, as well as our Madam Chair here, to talk about and really unpack women leaders. How do you promote women leaders? How do you lead in your own right? And how do you really make sure that you're passing on the baton? So when I had conversations with them, I asked each and one of them, I know them quite well, except suffice a few, but I asked them, each and every one of them, what do they want to focus on? What do they want to talk about? Because we really want to make sure that today is personal, that today we really get to the crux of who the person is. We really talk to, not the fluff of the nice pie in the sky things, but we really talk to the crux of women leadership and what it takes to be a woman leader. So I'm gonna start off with you, Phum. You've had a very long, successful career. You've been in the telecom space for over, I'm not going to say how many years because she's 21.
Yeah.
For many, many years. And you really have worked for some of the greatest companies that we have in our country, but they're also global organizations. How have you used your platform to really ensure that you are showcasing what true leadership is and the attributes of leadership?
Thank you very much, Sonwa, and good morning to the audience. So the long history really behind the experience in telecoms has gone full cycle. So I'm no longer a youth, I'm 45 actually this year. So it has given me perspective because I've seen different seasons in my career. And I use that so much to really raise the voice of women, but to also help women be channeled through the telecom sector. You'll know, I think it was 18 years ago, where it was only a few of us in the space, in the sector. But whilst things have changed, we still have not seen the likes of the Nolitas and CEO levels. We've seen very few women that are CEOs in the ICT space. So what I do use my experience and the length of my services, I've built so many networks within the industry. I help young leaders really to get exposed to those networks, because they will do everything for you. Networks are where your sales are. You know, I'm sales and marketing. So if you're looking at succeeding in your role, you need to know who's sitting at what. And I've met people across the different sectors in my sales roles. I've met people because I've also been in technical roles. So I also help women who are coming on board to simplify the telecom space, because we use acronyms, we use big things. But beyond that, if I reflect back and think, we've had phenomenal women in the industry who've also left the industry. It was not because they did not have technical competency. It was because we were few in the industry. So we did not necessarily support a lot of each other because we hardly knew each other. Charmaine, I knew about 5 years ago, but she was one of those sisters who would reach out to everyone. So I thought, you know what, this is quite good because it creates a platform for all of us to collaborate in whatever we're doing. And you also, it gives you power and a buffer, especially in your role, because you'll need that. I think Mrs. Nolita spoke to that. And in the different seasons, you need the sisters to actually exhale and say, okay, what do we do when something like this happens? But beyond that, Sonwa, I lifted my hand in a lot of things outside of my role and raising my voice and also creating women who are becoming role models for many women. You know, I have a podcast that is called She Unleashed, where we amplify women who are in leadership roles. And it's global women, which means we also create the dots and the networks for women across South Africa, but also to have global peers that they get exposed to. The G100 mission is also talking to that. It's saying beyond looking at us as women and creating the networks for us only, let's bring in the men and let men also be part of the lobbying and the mentorship that we create. So it creates this, the space I'm looking after in G100 is called positive femininity. And saying we're looking at having conversations with men and gentlemen who are also reaching out and wanting to support the cause of inclusion for women. So I think, Sonwa, it's really being there as a system. When we are around those board tables and we hear that a woman is not being listened to, you create a space to say, excuse me, CE, I think Sonwa Bise was saying this. So the mentorship roles come in various forms. It's about being assigned to it, but it's also your love for saying that, you know what, I'm here for a purpose. I'm here wanting to create space for women as well. Thank you very much, Sonwa Bise.
Sure, no, indeed. Let's clap at the end. I'm worried about time. I know they're great, they're phenomenal, and you're going to want to cry and have goosebumps, and they're going to spark so much in you. But let's please clap. Let's save the clapping for the end. And I definitely am a beneficiary of sisterhood, but also men. I see Mangoba and Sia here, who've been great supporters of me in my career as well. Kosi, you are a member of YLC. You've had so much opportunities. You have a fantastic mentor who was up on stage just now. You really have, have been exposed to so much. How are you showing up?
You know, when you asked those questions, it just took me back because I was just thinking attributes or, attributes of a good leader, I was appointed as a CFO. I was 34. I was young. I had no experience whatsoever. An African woman took a chance at me, right? And she said, I'll give you this opportunity. I jumped at it. It was a higher salary, but I had to think about what am I going to do in this role. And every time I thought of what I wanted to be as a leader, I was taken back to an article written by Jim Collins, talking about level 5 leadership, right? And I was Googling South African women that are, showing up or making strides in the industry. And every time it took me back to IWFSA, right? We have women in the telecom space who are leading. I mean, Madam President was one of the founding executives of MTN, etc. So when I then looked into that, I was like, okay, how do I apply and how do I join? And I applied and I saw that they were reinvigorating YLC. And I was allocated a mentor, Dr. Shirley Zinn, who said, if you really want to be an impactful leader, you need to show up. And showing up is putting up your hand, being brave enough to actually say, I don't know, but I'm going to do it anyway. Having a voice and not being scared to use it. And those were the attributes or the mentorship that she was giving me. And in doing that, I actually wrote my first speaker brief. I was told to speak in public, something I'm very shy of. I'm an accountant. I sit behind a spreadsheet. But I was given an opportunity to facilitate a conversation. And Madam Chair, Ms. Charmaine, was cheering me on. I mean, I was nervous as hell talking to very important people in South Africa, but she was cheering me on, saying, you're asking the right questions, your voice is relevant, be confident in what you're bringing to the table. And I took that back to my career, and I said, I am a CFO, I am leading a leader in this space, and my voice will be heard. And I had Mam Trifosa, who spoke about, you know, inviting yourself, and I kept on inviting myself. I was the youngest CFO, or the youngest executive in that team, and I actually put up my hand and I said, I will invite myself. If you have an operations meeting and I'm not invited, I will come visit. And I'll say, hi, my name is Kosi, I'm the CFO of the company. And those are the bravery or the attributes that I've learned in YLC, you know, and guys, volunteer, right? It's the only way that you learn. Mam Trifosa will always say this, be a visionary, try out new things. She spoke of the favor bank. I called on the favor banks that I had. Network, I learned to network as a CFO. Being a shy person, I didn't talk to people, but I learned to network and build a career, I suppose, or a presence of myself in that company. So yeah.
Wow, wow. So in essence, you've taken us as like 2 steps forward. You've said you belong, and then you've also said, now that you know that you belong, what are you going to do about it? In essence, right? Zandi, you phenomenal. You're top 200 male and guardian young South African. You are world renowned at such a young age. But I know I was on Power FM yesterday, and we were talking about Instagram and the flashy life and how people just see you taking pictures and think this is life. This is, you know, this is how you get a Bentley. But not knowing the story behind the woman and how she actually got to where she is. And I know you have a story.
Thanks, Sana. Yeah, I think one thing that I've learned in my journey, obviously being young, I stepped into this entrepreneurial world at 23. I knew nothing. I was a baby. I mean, Charmaine was my mentor. Like, she actually said, I'm going to mentor you, right? So just speaking about women that actively say, I want to bring others with me. But yeah, it's been a lot of challenges. I think when we think about the next generation of leaders, we really need to start thinking about how do we prepare the younger, I guess I'm no longer the younger, part of the younger, you know, generation. But for me, what's important is how do we prepare them not to make the same mistakes? And that's why mentorship is important. That's where just bringing someone with you to a boardroom where you're having a meeting, you know, so that you can see and learn from others. Like, oh, this is how I conduct a meeting. This is how, when people question your expertise, which, you know, I've seen in my personal journey has happened quite a few times just because I'm a young Black woman. I mean, I've literally had someone say, you know, can you bring in the CEO? I don't want to talk to you. When I was the CEO. And then I had to say, oh, no, it is me. And they're like, oh, okay, let's continue the meeting then. But that's part of the bravery as well, right? When I decided to do Go Code, I didn't really have like a blueprint mapped out, that this is how you navigate the space, this is how you become an entrepreneur. You know, you kind of have to be fearless, and it goes back to just being a child, having that thing where at 23 you are a child, you're not thinking, you know, what if this goes wrong, what if you're just thinking this is what I want to do, I'm going to do it. But as you grow older, I've just realized that I could be so much further and impacting a whole lot more young women and girls if at that time, you know, I had a bit more guidance about being a businesswoman, actually. You know, so how do you navigate that space, and how do you form relationships and that network from that young age? But I think, yeah, my personal journey, I've learned a lot. I've lost a lot of money in learning, but more importantly, I think I've had a lot of women that are showing me the way and have always been there to say, how can we help you? And so in that regard, you know, I think I have a really, really great network that I can tap into. Then I just want to make sure that the next generation has it even earlier than that, you know, even high school level. Like, how do you start thinking about that and growing and networking with other people around you?
No, absolutely. I really believe in taking it back to early childhood development and really starting it there, and even in our own homes with our children, and how we are mentoring them and teaching them about their own leadership, extremely, extremely important. I'm really encouraged by your story. So Z, I'm sitting in the audience and I really want to have a conversation with Charmaine, but I'm terrified. I think I'm a leader, I'm not quite sure. I'm still discovering myself. How do I even approach her? What is my pitch? How do I even develop the pitch? What do I say? Hello, ma'am. My name, you know, how do I, what do I do? How do I build? How do I take up opportunities and use, you know, the leadership traits that I think, I'm not sure, I think I have. What do I do?
Thanks, Anwan. What an awesome panel to be amongst and within this room of amazing women. It's intoxicating. Firstly, you do it scared. You know, you do it even with the fear bubbling in your stomach, coming into your chest. You know, knowing Charmaine, we often have these misinterpretations of the people we aspire or look up to. You know, they're intimidating, or, you know, they'll never want to speak to us, or what do we have to offer? Believe it or not, they are the same down-to-earth, salt-of-the-earth kind of people that want to help. So they'll surprise you by, even if you're just going up there and saying, "Hi, Charmaine, I'm Z." She'll say hello back and she'll say, "What do you do?" You know, and the conversation gets started. It's all about also believing in yourself, having that self-confidence. You've walked into this room, own your space, you know. Irene even said that, you know, we are the ones we've been waiting for. And if we don't do it now, even if we are scared, we never will do it. So there'll never be a right time to get over your fear or get over your self-confidence. It's in those moments that you are building your self-confidence. So I would say, use the words of Nike and just do it. You know, just go up to them. As uneloquent you may be, you know, a simple hi, I love your lipstick, you know, will break the ice. You know, we're all women at the end of the day. We all want to create safe spaces for each other. I don't think anybody has adverse feelings towards each other. We all want to see each other succeed. So at the end of the day, just do it.
Amen. Just do it. So in us just doing it, we often come up with these fancy programs, these development programs, because apparently women are always being developed. We never developed. We're never quite there yet. We just needed a little bit more experience. And so there's all these incubation programs, acceleration programs, training this, training that. But I think there's ways in which we need to really step back and see how we are building the next generation of women and leading them and passing on the baton without these fancy terms of incubation. Because the minute you say incubation to any young person who's not exposed, it does not gel and it does not resonate with them. How are you passing on the baton, Pumza?
So, Sonwa, I think I'm a very practical person, and I always say that I don't know why we as Africans do not take the same kind of resourcefulness that we have, because we come from the space of the locations where you knew you could go around to the neighbor and, you know, borrow a potato or a tomato for that day. So I always take that kind of mindset and also say, you know, I would rather start small and create an impact. But at least I know I would have done something, you know, in whatever sphere I find in. I work in a beautiful environment where I'm touching base and, you know, interacting with the rural communities where we're rolling out broadband. And part of why I'm bringing that conversation to the table is because you can't just leave a solution in an environment where you see there's so much, you know, there's so much need. Everything that you do is like a drop in an ocean. So what we normally do, maybe of what an example is, within our own environment, I create mentors who are the trainees that are coming on board. And we create a space where we springboard them, we develop the confidence in them, but we use the same kind of mentors who have just entered the corporate environment to also create an impact in our schools where we're rolling out fiber into. So you sort of, what you're doing firstly is, I learned later in my career that it would be very important for me to know how to speak in public and to be very confident. So I literally create that platform for the youngsters as they enter the environment, before they develop the consciousness of like, oh my God, I have to be big, I have to be better, I have to have the big acronyms, for them to start being comfortable in themselves as they're coming into the corporate space. What I also do is to create the resourcefulness in them to know that there is no lack You know, once you're empowered, you start empowering another person, because that's the evolution and the revolution that we need to start creating, that we're never ready. You know, whatever experience I have, I cannot wait to be an Irene and, you know, have the same experience. But at least wherever I am, I've built up enough experience, you know, to at least speak to a person who's starting up in the corporate level. And I've seen enough of the cycles as well to say, you know what, at 45, I can reflect back and say, okay, that was politics. And this is how I apply myself within the context of that space and share that with everyone meaningfully. But we have to stop as women to, it's too much on the women that are around the table to always be looking at them as mentors, but to also create that capability in us with whatever we have. We start being resourceful, we'll never have the money. We'll always be looking for sponsorships, but there's always something that we can start and reach out to them. The second part of it is also the importance of really taking the internet into the remote environments. I mean, she's doing a part of it, we're all doing a part of it, but what we need to start doing is a lot more collaboration, which we're doing in any case, because the next ecosystem of wealth is digital. So if we're now creating, I mean, we've been saying this a lot of times, but it is a reality. If you're looking at the new interventions, the metaverse is there. So if we're not taking the person in the rural community and not training them up already now, it means we're creating that gap wider. So it's to start to break it down, Sonwa, as much as they don't understand, but have the time and the passion to call out on the Sonwas and say, we're going to Kukumbu now. We've deployed this solution, but beyond the solutions, these are kids. They need the support, they need the mentorship, they need someone who's going to hold their hand when they're going through the difficulty. So let's make it personal, but also educate, because we can't have a world where we'll always say, don't leave anyone behind. When do we change the story of not leaving anyone behind, but also start integrating everyone into the part of the ecosystem, but also being competitive with the rest of the world?
Absolutely. So I'm really scared of Nozi, right? When she's on her power mode, she gets at you. Okay, so please can we keep our answers short? This is the last round, Nozi, I promise. Zandi, I don't believe in hardship. I don't want to struggle. So I do everything I can to learn from other people's pains and other people's struggles. I don't see why, unless it's my experience because I need to teach it, but I don't see why things need to be hard. Things must be practical. You must work strategically, smartly, right? So how are you using the challenges you face as an entrepreneur to really teach up-and-coming entrepreneurs?
Thanks, Sana. So this year, I decided to start, I won't call it a company yet, let's call it a movement, Project Athena. And that's just me thinking about all the lessons I've learned, right? The challenges I've been through and the hurdles I've had to overcome. And how do I then start passing on that knowledge to say, hey, this is actually where you get funding, this is how you do a proposal, this is how you show up in those spaces. So at first, you know, like I think a lot of us are perfectionists. You want to do the, you know, business plan, 100-page business plan. You want to have everything 100% before you put it out in the world. But then I was just like, you know what, I'm just going to do TikToks. Like, I'm just gonna get a TikTok account and start doing like mini lessons and grow my community. Because just from that one TikTok video, I mean, the latest one went to 20,000 like views. I was like, wow, I'm reaching 20,000 people. I recorded it after a conference. I was just like, you know, if you're starting a business, this is a business model canvas, this is how you use it, here's an example. And 20,000 people out there are potentially going to use that information that they didn't know. So yeah, I think that for me is key. Like, start small, start with whatever you have. You don't have to have it all planned out from the very beginning. And that's how I'm starting to make sure that the next generation of female entrepreneurs get further faster, right? And there's also that collaboration and giving your knowledge. You don't always have to do it in a structured way, and that's how I've decided to start mentoring in my own way and giving my information and what I've learned to the next generation.
Yeah, start where you are with what you have. So we've heard a lot, Z, around mentorship, around coaching. Say now I'm that person in the audience who really wants to talk to Charmaine. She thinks she's a leader, or he thinks he's a leader, but not quite sure. I also want to pass on the baton. But I don't know, what is the difference? What is mentoring, sponsorship, coaching? What is it? What do I do? Where do I even start? What are all these things?
So I always say a woman needs the following people in her life: a mentor, a coach, a sponsor, and a mentee. So you learn a lot from a mentee by being a mentor, even if you don't know how to be one, because a mentor is somebody who guides you with their experience, their knowledge, their skills, and we all can do that just by virtue of the experience we've had in our lives. A coach is, and that's very directive. So, having a mentor means, I come to you, Sonwa, I want to be the next CFO of XYZ, how do I get there? It's about plotting a plan. And taking that guidance and the direction. Whereas a coach is a bit more different. A coach helps you to reflect on your inner potential. So on those pervasive skills. So I need to build my self-awareness, my leadership traits. What kind of leadership do I want to be? A servant leader or a transformational leader? So they help you probe into your inner potential and unlock that potential. A sponsor now, ladies, is someone very important. That's that woman who's going to mention your name in a room full of opportunities. And she's the one, remember, you've got to build strong, authentic relationships with everyone. So that's the person, or you can have many of those people who readily your name is on their lips when you're in areas like this, networking events, who will say, oh, Zandi is actually the CEO of Girl Code, and there's this person who has this kind of software and they need to connect. And that's a role a sponsor plays. And then when you become a mentor to somebody else and have a mentee, it's amazing how much a mentee will teach you. So it doesn't start anywhere, actually, Sonwa. It goes to all about aspirations. Who do you connect with? Who do you aspire to be? Who do you align to in terms of your values? And it's so easy to find those people. And I mean, I'm so proud that Kosi and I have the same mentor on the IWFSA program, which is Dr. Shirley Zinn. And it's all about finding that alignment. And you find that alignment through connection, conversations. So it all just starts there. Just be human, be authentic.
Absolutely. I hope we all leave here with a mentor, a mentee, a sponsor, and a coach. Make it a point that you either leave here with those four, or you're working towards those four. Kosi, to end with you, how are you making the circle bigger?
And I'll speak both on my YLC part as well as in my corporate space. In YLC, I am a co-lead for the mentorship program. So I'm the go-to person that you
this
come
is who
to
you must speak
if
to
you're looking for
a
mentors.
mentor.
I have all their numbers, I have all their emails. Talk to me. I have access and I connect. I look at your background. I look at your skill set and what you need, and I make sure that I pair you with the best possible mentor. So that is in my space in the YLC committee, and in my corporate space where I'm as a CFO. I am sitting and I am the only female executive at the present moment. And I always advocate and I speak to all our executives and all our board that we need more females. Unfortunately, we did invite one and she left after 3 months. And that's because it was very testosterone, which is why I'm grateful for mentorship, because I would have also left had I not had a mentor that encourages me and makes me see things in a different light. So I bring it into a space. I'm part of the transformation committee in the corporate space. I speak a lot about bringing more women into our leadership position. I make sure that as part of the transformation, I put it up there as KPIs and targets for leaders to actually make sure that they grow women and they grow Africans as well, because it's quite a wide space, insurance. So I use my voice in that space.
Wow. So really, you need to use your voice, you need to be intentional. If you are occupying roles, you need to be making sure that you are empowering other young women, other young leaders, as well as Africans, I'm hearing. You need to leave here with those four. Do we remember what they were? Mentor, mentee, sponsor, coach. You need to make sure that you are using your own challenges to really be teaching others and using your space to empower others based on the experiences you've had and the challenges you've faced, and really using what you have where you are. And I'd like to wrap up my panel to say, not only do you belong, what now? Thank you.
I'm going to ask our panelists just to stay on stage and Silapeng, I know you've got some quick gifts that we'd like to give to them. And I know that the photographers would probably want to take the opportunity to take some quick pictures. So if we can do a handover while they're receiving their gifts, can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to do next is we're going to take a bit of a leg stretch. I'm going to ask for a 10-minute leg stretch. It is 8 minutes past. I'm going to pretend that it's 10 minutes past. And I'm going to ask you all to be, thank you so much, ladies. I'm going to ask us all to be bums on seats at 20 past. That means in the room, seated, ready to go. Please feel free to bring in your snack. If you're more comfortable bringing in your snack into the room, you're more than welcome to do that. And then to also just highlight the second panel, and that is the panel being facilitated by Arisha. Please, can you make sure that you get mic'd up during the tea break so that we can start immediately. Thank you so much so far for your time and your attention. Allow me just to pick up a comment that came up off the stream. Moiponi says, yet another chapter in South Africa is written. That is beautifully captured of the conversation so far. Thank you so much. I'll see you at 20 past 11. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if we may kindly take our seats, please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may kindly ask you to please take your seats so that we can resume with our program. If you're outside and you can hear me, kindly please make your way back into the room so we can take our seats and resume with our program. And for those who are doing so, thank you so much for obliging. Thank you kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're standing outside, can you kindly please come in and take your seats? If you've just walked in, can you kindly please take your seats? Thank you so much. Please, how are you? Technical team, please keep my microphone on so we can get the show back on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are upstanding, can I ask you to please kindly take your seats? Thank you very much. As you can see, the tone is changing. Thank you very much. Thank you for obliging. If you're coming in through the room, can you kindly please take your seats? I do appreciate it, and thank you for obliging. Thank you kindly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our proceedings. If you're still outside in the foyer, can you kindly please make your way in and take your seats? I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. To everyone still coming in, if you could kindly please claim your seats. And let me check in if my moderator is here. Arisha, are you in the room already? Yes, fantastic. And I would imagine that all our panelists have been mic'd up. Can I get a thumbs up? Yes, thank you so much. Okay, great. One of the things that's really difficult about seeing each other in person again is that we've all missed each other so much. And we try to spend every moment of free time connecting. So I completely understand that it becomes harder and harder for us to get into the room. But thank you for obliging, and thank you for being in your seats. As we now move on to our second panel, it's my absolute pleasure just to introduce the moderator, who will then go on to introduce her panelists. Arisha Luhanga is standing by, and Arisha is the founder of Redefine Human Capital, board member of the South African Women in ICT, as well as board member of Visions of Joy, amongst other leadership positions. We're really privileged that she's here today and that she has taken up the responsibility of moderating this panel. Once again, to all the online guests, I hope that you've had an opportunity to stretch your legs and grab a cup of coffee. We're back, we're live, we're getting going again. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please help me put our hands together for Arisha as she comes up to moderate.
Good morning, everyone. Happy spring day, all protocol observed. You look amazing, I must say. Everyone looks so beautiful and handsome, and it's really an honor to be here this morning with you and to be having these amazing conversations with you. So welcome, and I'd like to just introduce the panel that's coming through. So if you could just make your way up panel to the front. So let's just quickly, please come through. And then we'll just introduce ourselves as we all join in the front. See if the panel can just come through and take a seat. Thank you. So we've got Nyari, who is the CEO of We Think Code. And Nyari has just had an amazing career in terms of teaching people skills in terms of code and IT. She's actually a CA by profession. And in her free time, she actually enjoys cycling and strength training. Welcome, Nyari. We also have Mandisa and Toko Peterson. Mandisa has been appointed as the Chief Marketing Officer at BCX. And prior to BCX, she was the GM of Enterprise Marketing at MTN. And Mandisa believes in the importance of working within a collaborative environment and is excited to apply her ICT marketing experience at BCX. Welcome, Mandisa. And we've got Lipalisa. She's got 15 years experience in communication and youth development. She strives to empower young people to get access to information. And really her vision is to create sustainable platforms around understanding the mindset of youth. And she loves reading autobiographies. So welcome. And our final panelist is Abed. Abed is a CA, and he's got quite a few businesses and an author of a book, which we'll be discussing today. He was named top 35 under 35 CAs in the country in 2014 and 2017. He was named Destiny's Man top 40 under 40, and also named 100 most influential people in 2016. Welcome. You can just take a seat. So this morning we've got quite an interesting topic to discuss, and so let's just look at the issues on climate change and social issues and how they've been tackled in terms of ESG, digital adoption and awareness, and also what empowerment looks like within our organizations. So I have introduced you. If you can just quickly just perhaps talk about your journey and what is your hope for South Africa as we move forward. So I'll start with Abed.
Sure. I took the wrong seat.
The only thorn amongst the roses.
No, sure. So my name is Abed. Without taking too much time, I am a CA by profession. In 2014, I was taking a shower and there was a song playing which was by Emily Sunday called Free. And it was at that moment that I decided that I'm going to resign from my job. And I told my wife, my girlfriend now wife, that she can't leave Deloitte because, you know, someone must look after me and pay my per diem. And what I didn't know is that she resigned the day after me and didn't tell me. And we then started our first business, which is a professional services outfit called Tamani. And we've grown strength to strength, and we've built out different businesses. And today we have about 150 employees across our small group.
Thank you. Thank you. Lipalesa, can you just talk about your journey and your role within Global Citizen as the Senior Manager of Strategic Partnerships?
Thank you so much, and it's such an honor and privilege to be here this morning. I'm super inspired. I actually want to just take out my pen and write as we go along. So I'm Lipalesa. I'm originally from Lesotho. I proudly say that because, you know, we're landlocked by South Africa, and I always want to just represent Basotho. I've always been passionate about young people and their development. I actually wanted to be a pediatrician when I was small, and when I discovered that it takes 6-7 years to be in school, I was like, nope, I need to fast track something and do something else. And I stumbled upon marketing and advertising, and, you know, I come from a big family, as a number of us often do, and when I said to my parents that I want to embark on, you know, going to a Vega or AAA, they were like, are you mad? The fees are like ridiculous. You need to find something else. And thank God for marketing, because it really just opened my eyes to, you know, the vast world of communication. And I've always been passionate about understanding what makes young people tick. And that's been my North Star. Like, even through my studies, I studied strategic marketing at Wits Business School, and I was always just like, I want to write my thesis on how trends are formed, you know, what's trendy, what comes up as a trend. So I'm passionate about that, and I continue to do that now at Global Citizen. I oversee fellowship programs within Global Citizen, and I've always been curious to sit in rooms and spaces with young people because they teach me a lot of things, and they teach us a lot of things. It's a continuous learning, and I think it's such a great marriage that we're in to really just learn from young people. And the work that we do in the fellowship is just around how do we upskill them and provide them with the skills and the tools that they need to thrive. So I'm excited about that, and I'm really hopeful that we do have a young generation coming up into South Africa that's really going to make a difference.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Mandisa, do you want to share your journey and your hope for South Africa going forward?
Yeah, so I've got a vast experience in ICT, I think over 30 years. I may look young, but I'm not that young. But through my journey in the ICT world, my passion has been on youth leadership and women development. And it started off, from time when I finished varsity. I was the so-called lost generation, with no job, and I started in NGOs that were teaching young people youth leadership development, entrepreneurship. And through that, I think I've carried it through all the corporates that I've worked for in terms of establishing youth leadership programs. But more recently, it's really my focus on Why for Women, and how I met Charmaine was actually at a meeting at Cisco, and there was a discussion around women that qualify as CCIEs, which is a sought after qualification for any CRO that is here. And those women actually never really practice in that field because it's such a male-dominated environment. They actually, branch out to other things. And it was through that discussion that we started the Why for Women. And I'm actually glad I'm here today for this session because it's opening up, the wide network of women and the whole notion of ensuring that we lift as we rise. So that's my passion.
Wow, I agree with you. It's so important to have mentors, and this has been mentioned before. And it's mentors like Charmaine and like the various mentors in this room that have lifted and helped and taken us with in terms of their journey. So I really would encourage everyone to get a mentor, not just a business mentor, but also a mentor with the same values as yourself in terms of your personal life. Very key just in terms of growth as well as sponsorship. So thanks for sharing that. And Inyare, CEO of We Think Code, can you please share your journey with us?
Well, thank you. I'm excited to be here. So mine starts as an accountant, and I think not even realizing the privilege as an accountant, because in that profession, I think I came up after a generation of women had set up a platform. And so by the time I was qualifying as a chartered accountant, women like Trifosa had done the work. Women CFOs had, they had taken the beatings on the back on our behalf, and we had a platform. 10 years into my career in accounting, I guess, I'm like you, I probably had a shower moment as well, where I was like, okay, I think I want to switch, but I didn't know what. And to that story of mentorship, I just kept telling everyone, I don't know what I want to do, but I want to switch, I want to switch, I want to switch. And then actually bumped into tech by accident. And so after becoming fairly established as an accountant, switched over and started like pay cuts, everything from the bottom, and figured I wanted to do something new. And started working in software development and building software solutions. And the world of tech was a shocker, coming from the world of accounting, because like I said, in accounting, I was standing on the shoulders of giants, and in many ways not even realizing it. In tech, only woman in the room, only black woman in the, that is so normal, like, Mandisa is saying. And it was lonely and it was hard, and tried very much while I was building my own career in tech to show up where I could, whether it was Black Girls Code, and try to volunteer here and support there. And so years later, when the opportunity to lead We Think Code landed in front of me, it was irresistible. because it brought together a few facets of my life. I had worked in finance and in business, so I could lead an organization in that regard, and I'd worked in tech and had a view of what a future tech workforce might look like, but had a passion for social impact. And at We Think Code, our goal isn't just training young technologists, it's identifying the young people, the young African people coming from low-income communities that don't have a seat at this table in tech, and making sure we start to build that up with women. And so I'm the beneficiary of the support of Charmaine. I remember the first conversation I had with her, she had no idea. I was overwhelmed. And anyone who's ever had like a 2-minute conversation with Charmaine, it's like this force of nature, right? It just like lifts you up. And realized that loneliness that I had felt by switching from accounting into technology didn't need to persist. And We Think Code is the beneficiary of Mandisa's leadership at BCX, because they're literally one of our largest sponsors in the work that we do, which is about empowerment. And how do we start to get tech more and more to look the way the accountants have achieved this integration and this support. And I'm not saying their work is finished, but I'm saying their successes so far let me know that it's possible in the space I'm in now, and it's exciting.
Awesome. I mean, if we look at our high unemployment rate being the highest in the world, there's so much opportunity to leverage the qualities of digital platforms and to address our unemployment. So, Nyari, what is your insights on tech in education and your opinion as to why the adoption in EdTech in South Africa has just not been widespread?
I mean, I think on the one hand, tech is this incredibly accessible world, you know. It's, you know, Dipalesa was talking about to become a pediatrician, there's 7 years of education that you need, and anyone who has a child that they actually love doesn't want any doctor fiddling with them unless they went to school for a few years to make sure they know what they're doing. But there's a lack of access, just in terms of the infrastructure broadly in communities. Young people don't have access. There's a lack of awareness. If you go into a low-income community and you speak to a bright young girl about what she wants to be, she'll tell you doctor, she'll tell you lawyer, she'll tell you accountant, but she's never really seen herself as possibly the creator of this tech she works with. So whether she's on WhatsApp or on Facebook or on Instagram, the messaging around her doesn't say she could be in this space. And then when you think of who are the heroes in tech, you'll think of a Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Zuckerberg. They don't look like us, you know? And so there's a lack of access in terms of infrastructure. There's a lack of awareness in terms of the individual. And then there's also like this idea that it's this magic world for the geniuses of physics and maths. And so if I didn't figure out and start with it when I was 10 or 5, it's too late. I started when I was 30. And so I think what we need to do is become really systematic about early introduction to technology, but also looking at pathways like what Girl Code is doing, what We Think Code does, which is how do we take people who are smart, who are driven, who are diligent, and give them an opportunity to work at this world that is creating all the solutions we're consuming every day. And I think that's the huge opportunity that's there. The work can be done. We're already struggling with education in South Africa in traditional pathways. And now you're bringing this new, fast-changing, scary thing that most of us barely understand and saying, bring young people into it. But I think there's a methodology to it, and I think there's a movement to it, and I think business leaders are waking up to the reality that it's one of the few industries with a skills shortage in a country with 60% youth unemployment. So it's a no-brainer. We've got to channel that 60% and bring them to take these chairs where black women aren't sitting, where generally black people aren't sitting, where low-income people aren't sitting.
Agreed, agreed. And you, thank you. And we know that just in terms of, there's a saying that says, Africans can solve Africa's problems. So when I deal with young people in tech, it's always, like you said, Silicon Valley, you know, the next big, best thing. And I always encourage them to say, well, look what's happening in your own community. You don't need to, you know, do what Google's doing. How does the Google from the township get her money? Look at building a system that could actually help that Google to actually get her money. So it's really looking at, from a micro level, you know, and then how do we actually assist these young people to actually understand the tech behind it. Mandisa, I wanted to ask you a question in terms of, you know, you've got a vast experience working in various organizations. Please give us insight into what empowerment looks like at these various organizations. True empowerment.
True empowerment. I think when it comes to empowerment, you have to be deliberate in what you're trying to achieve. So if I look at what we're doing at BCX, and I think Telkom Group, because BCX is a solely owned company by Telkom, is we've been deliberate in terms of female leadership. So running leadership programs, but more importantly, ensuring that we have a robust mentorship program, and also identifying those that need coaching as well. So, I mean, there are many ways of ensuring empowerment. I think the other thing is, I've been explaining from an internal perspective, but externally is also important in terms of how you empower the clients that you interact with. And hence the Wired for Women initiative that we started, where we realized that when it comes to the CRO role, those roles, they're predominantly occupied by males. So how do we create an environment where CROs, female CROs, can actually network, but also share best practices as well, and also share the experiences that they're having. So hence we have established that. From an entrepreneurial perspective, I think each one of us here run entrepreneurship programs, and the focus is always about, meeting your BE level. But I think there's more to it than that. Actually ensuring that you actually skill the people, especially in IT, running programs, whether they're in cybersecurity or, empowering them to actually implement solutions in a corporate world.
And that speaks to governance, social and environmental, social and governance frameworks, and that needs to be actually driven, And I totally agree with you. I think the most stressed out individual is an executive within corporate, because at your role in the workplace, you need to be in the boardroom fighting fires, and then you need to go home to your kids and be a mom and then a wife. And then obviously culture plays a huge role. So it's how do we empower women to get onto boards and to be effective on boards, but still keep their feminine side, So thank you for that. I'm just going to ask Lipa Lese, in terms of your role as Senior Management of Strategic Partnerships, can you give us an insight? You're working for a global organization. How is South Africa viewed globally in terms of the role that technology is currently playing in eradicating poverty and social issues on the continent?
I think from a global citizen perspective, really what we try and do, because we're such a youthful non-profit organization, and our mission and our vision is to end extreme poverty now. And so the biggest thing, and I think this is the reason why I'm so passionate about the work in the youth space, is how do we make this information digestible to young people? I think it's important for us to really just come to that insight around the fact that young people hear these huge terminologies, but they actually don't even know what it all means. And so when we speak about tech, we often say, let's go to where they're at. That's the key thing. So our platform is digital, and we have an app, and so we communicate with them through that, because young people also want to take action and take initiative to change their world and change their community, but they don't necessarily have the means to go to Gabon for Africa Climate Week or go to COP26. So it's through our platform in which we provide them with actions that they can actually utilize and take themselves. So it's all about action taking, and that's our model, where we understand the fact that young people want to do something, and so we find the means through action taking. But we also understand that young people want to be incentivized for doing what they do. So we reward them through the means of rewards, through the tech, through the digital platform that we run. And I think it's that simplicity that really just resonates with young people. That's the way in which we're trying, from a global perspective, but also understanding our South African market. What's appealing to young people in South Africa? What are the social issues that they're trying to address? We know GBV's huge, unemployment rate is high, so we try and communicate exactly the stats but we make it digestible for young people to really understand. And I think it's important for us to not just go, we're a big global organization. How do we compress and make the information that is literally outside their doorstep accessible to them through our channel, through our platform?
And working with young people, what have you seen from a systemic barrier perspective and the future of working world?
So young people are forever curious, and I think they are willing to adapt. There was a lot of mention about agility and resilience in the room, and I think having been overseen fellowship programs and looking at, working with young people during COVID, I think there's been a lot of tenacity and resilience. They've really showed up, and they've really decided that, despite my circumstances, where I come from, my background, I'm still going to be able to learn how to use this device that I have. It's the first time I get a laptop, so I don't even know how to use that, but I'm going to try and show up as best as I possibly can. I think there's a lot of young people who we often speak about and say, we put them in certain boxes. We create these personas of the type of 23-year-old or 21-year-old who we think could be the next best thing, but we don't understand their backgrounds. And it's so important to understand where people come from in order to help them and help them shape where they could possibly go.
Thank you. So it's quite interesting, living in a world of the I generation where everything is instant. And entrepreneurship looks amazing, if you're watching it on Instagram, someone else's journey. And it looks so easy, but we all know it's hard. It's being consistent, it's waking up every single day, making a decision and showing up and being present. So a bit I wanted to ask you, since you wrote this amazing book about searching in the dustbins, leaving no stone unturned, can you share your insights on building a business that will outlast you, that is future-proof by tomorrow's economic realities?
Sure. I want to start with a bit of an antidote that I got while the previous panel was speaking. Just about women leadership. So I sit on a judging panel for the top 35 under 35 CA's SA every year, and I know a lot of the guys, a lot of young people in the community. A lot of females will ask me, Abed, do you think I can enter this year? Do you think I'll qualify? And the person asking me this would have done incredible things. They would have hired 200 people, sat on 20 boards, and exited businesses, but doubting themselves about whether they feel they qualify or not. And you'll have a guy who saved a cat in a tree, believe they're the winner that year. So I just want to encourage females to take up their space in this environment. And I like the word sponsor, because I sit on a few boards, and I think, and I'm very careful being one of the very few men here, but I think men naturally sponsor each other better. Like, I think men are always advocating for other men. I sit in environments where people will always say, you've got to meet Pete, he does this. You've got to meet James, like his business does this. Like, I sit on Momentum, and we approved, We Think Code to run some of the programs that we look after. And I don't hear enough women say, have you met Charlene? Have you met, you've got to meet Zanele, because this is what they're doing. So I just want to encourage that. One, women are enough. I sat, I'm an auditor, so I've had the privilege to sit in many teams. I can tell you unequivocally that all the female ran audit teams finished on time. Every male team was always delayed. So I'm a big advocate for females taking up their space. I think naturally women are better workers. And I just think that, women also need to do a lot more work in becoming each other's sneezers in these corporate environments, and talking more about that. But to your question about business, there's a chapter that I write in my book about, boring is good, stay away from exciting. In a different life, I started an edtech business called Tutor Me that was sort of the Uber for tutors. And I remember when Dylan and I launched it, and we thought we were going to be the Zuckerbergs of South Africa. And it was so incredibly difficult. And it was difficult because I believe we were in a very exciting space. Like, we started the business in the time when if you did Uber for delivery of water, you were getting an interview on TV. Like, there was a time where even Nosi, who's here, who's the she interviewed myself and Tabs at our office a couple of years ago about this business. And in all of that time, when we were making absolutely no money in Tutor Me, I mean, we raised like 10 million Rand for startup capital, and we had done no revenue. But it was because, we won MTN App of the Year award. We were on all these TV shows, but we were making absolutely no money. I got invited to speak at so many panels and so many things that everyone wanted to hear about this startup called Tutor Me that was the Uber of, again, making absolutely no money. But in the same time, we were running this professional business called Tamani that was growing at a rapid rate, doing bookkeeping, accounting, hiring 10, 20, 50, 60, 80 people. And no one ever invited me at a panel to speak about this boring business that we were building. But everyone wanted to hear about this unprofitable business that we were doing. And it taught me my biggest lesson about business, that quite often, male, female, when we think about business, we want to do exciting things. But what I find is that exciting is the most competitive thing you'll do. Within the first week of launching Tutor Me, we had 15 competitors. 15 people built the same app as us. Some of them even went and crawled our tutors on LinkedIn and invited them with their tutor app on LinkedIn. But what I found about our accounting business was that the most qualified people, chartered accountants, no one wanted to do bookkeeping for small businesses. Like, we found ourselves in this very boring space that no one wanted to do, and we quickly built up a business. So my view about business and the businesses we operate today, we are always looking for what is boring in an industry. And there's boring in every industry. You have guys go studying culinary arts and they become chefs, but they want to open restaurants, but none of them want to run a canteen, which has thousands of people in this office that will patronage from that canteen every single day. You've got a customer base that will repeat, but you want to go to Santon and wear a white, apron and say that you are the chef of X restaurant, but it's difficult because it's exciting. And there's another one right next door. I would rather provide the toothpicks to every single restaurant. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Do you know the cost of getting a plumber is like quite ridiculous because no one wants to do plumbing anymore.
Absolutely.
So there's a huge gap in terms of that, just the basics. Mandisa, can you give us your insights into the role that technology plays in connecting communities and driving awareness?
Yes, so in terms of connecting technology to communities, maybe let me take a broad outlook first, and then I'll bring it in. So I think most corporates are finding ways of how they can implement ESG, looking at how you ensure that you are operating in a sustainable way that ensures that you, from an environmental, from a social, and from a governance perspective, you are doing the right thing and also making profit at the end of the day. So in terms of bringing technology into, we've actually looked at it within that framework, and also looking at it in terms of how do we ensure that there's shared value, for the business and also for the communities that we operate in. So in terms of bringing technology into the environment that we bring in is, if you take the ESG lens, and I use telecom as an example. Gyro is one of the companies within telecom that looks at installing masts. So we're looking at how can we ensure that we drive operational efficiencies. But that technology that we provide to Gyro in terms of energy and water management, we also ensure that we implement it into our client base as well. From a human capital perspective, is also about ensuring that we are ethical in what we do as an organization. I mean, we may be under investigation with SIU, but it's all about ensuring that we are operating as an ethical organization. In terms of bringing technology into the community, we have partnered with the likes of We Think Code in ensuring that they are able to provide coding skills to young people, as well as partnering with the Explore Data Academy, which really looks at data scientists. So what we've done is linking it again from a business perspective to what we're doing with young people. So the young people that come in and do the internship within the program are working on business issues and coming up with business solutions that we can take back to our clients as well. And then from in terms of gender equality is really about ensuring that we are deliberate about our aim of making sure that we have a 50-50 split in terms of the female makeup of our leadership and management teams as well.
Thank you so much. I mean, I love the fact that your programs are also encouraging your learners and graduates to come up with creative solutions which then could be implemented into the business, which I think is fantastic. I think each learnership, each graduate program needs to have a Dragon's Den, and the solution must be implemented, because I find with learnerships and graduate programs, people go through the program and then what? The program ends. So I love that. I love that. Thank you so much. So in conclusion, I see the flowers are there. So it's in conclusion, can each one of you please share your pearls of wisdom aligned to, the summit's focus of strength, power, and prosperity? Just your pearls of wisdom. Can we start?
I think from my perspective, a few years ago, Chimamanda had that talk which lit something in my mind around the danger of the single story. And this idea that what we know, what's publicized, what's on the stage is what is essentially truth. And so when you show up and you're not that face, you're not that white male face that went to Harvard, then that means you can't be the big innovator within technology. I think that's the danger. And so I think for me, the strength is in diversity, and it's in inclusion. And it's in creating rather big, rickety platforms that a lot of different people can stand on. And it looks imperfect and we don't necessarily understand it. And it's about these thrones that have the perfectly prepared person to be there. And so I think in the work that we do, that's the emphasis, is if you get in, kick the door down, blow up the wall, and what's a glass ceiling? And that's really about how we perceive competence, how we perceive relevance, and how we perceive which space is for who. And so when you look at ESG, our work is largely on the S aspect of that, and that work is on inclusion. There's strength in diversity. You make more money, you make better solutions, and you lift the society more broadly, and in so doing, we're all better off. And I think that's the center of strength for me.
Thank you, Nyara, for sharing. Thank you. Mandisa?
I think in terms of strength, I'm a big believer in collaboration. So, as women, be deliberate in terms of partnering with other women. But I think more importantly, I think the point that Abed mentioned is ensure that you are able to have male allies. Male allies that actually think, that have a belief in women empowerment, and also can be a part of the conversation when it comes to the upliftment of somebody to senior position at that table. And in terms of prosperity, think of prosperity not just for yourself only, but for the broader organization and broader society as well.
Thank you for sharing, Mandisa. Lipalisa, your take and your pearls of wisdom?
I think if I had to sum it up, the one word is really just being authentic. Authenticity is vital and is key, especially because I work with young people and they're often, coming with these terms and they're trying to be cool and they give me all of this insight in terms of what's happening on social media, etc. And I'm just tell me who Matapelo is today. And I think for my pearls of wisdom just around that is just be yourself. Speak up when you don't know. This has been the essence and the narrative that's been shared with the leaders in the room today. It's imperative to do that because we often sit back and wait for somebody else to raise their hand or give advice. But I think when you come up and you're vulnerable enough to really be your true self, you'll go very far. And looking at the hashtag strength, prosperity, and power, Find your own power within and really truly believe you can do it and you can make it in life in terms of whatever it is you want to be. You know, young people are, like I said, they're always forever curious, and so allow for that curiosity to come forth, but also be willing to hold their hand. From a global citizen perspective, we talk a lot about impact. So we speak about like how we want to really just build our movement in numbers. So we understand the principle and the dynamic around growing together as a collective and building a movement. So I think my one key word, if I had to sum it up, is really just being authentic, being true to yourself.
Thank you, thank you. Nabil, yourself?
Sure. I mean, if I think about strength, I think about, you know, how important representation is. And what I mean by that is that, you know, I loved it when, you know, the Black Panther movie was released and you saw so many people go in their droves in their African regalia because they saw a hero that looked like them. I think it's so important that in the positions we also occupy, that there is representation, both female, Black. I mean, you just mentioned about how when you think about technology, you think about Jeff Bezos, you think about Elon Musk, and you don't hear about, you know, Zandile, you don't hear about Jabulani. But what I'm starting to think about representation is that it also takes someone to be that representative. So when I think about Mam Triforsa and Mam Irene, they took those leaps to become the representation that has sort of broken so many ceilings for people. But I'm also thinking that we too can be that representation that, you know, the world is going to look to next to say, man, like Abed managed to do this, and it means that I'm liberated to do that. So I think it's important that everyone, whilst we look for representation in the world, see yourself also that there are people that could look to you as you are representing something as an ideal to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate this discussion. So as we close this discussion, I just want to say that we are all in this room because we stand on the shoulders of giants. And I'd like to say thank you to all the mentors. I'd like to say thank you to those that have gone before us. And I'd like to invite all the mentees and everyone that's had a mentor, if you could just give the mentors, the ones that have gone before us, a good hand. Thank you. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give our moderator a big round of applause, please? Excellent job. Thank you so very much. So much wisdom that came out of that conversation. Be mindful of the danger of the single story. Don't forget your allies. Authenticity is going to be your most important currency. Find your own power, and it's important to be able to look up and see a hero who looks just like you. Thank you so much to this panel. You guys have done an excellent job in bringing forward a really robust conversation. We're going to our third and final panel of the day, and this panel is focused on the digital vortex and looking at what does digitizing for purpose and with purpose look like, feel like, and leading this conversation, I'm going to be introducing my brother, Manqoba Zungu, and Manqoba will introduce his panelists, but Manqoba is the founder and CEO of Get Ready Skills. He's a lecturer at Gibbs. He's a business executive, and he focuses on client acquisitions, and he's also part of the founders of Solid Growth Pty Limited. Manqoba, I can see you doing a lot of hellos and high fives at the back. We're going to give him an opportunity to come to the front as soon as his microphone is on. I do also want to just acknowledge all of the participants online who've kept up with the engagement. They keep lifting up all the sound bites and saying, oh, that was so powerful. So a big round of applause to you as well. Can we just acknowledge our online audience, please? And Manqoba, it's over to you, my brother, so you can come up on stage, and while your panelists are getting mic'd up, maybe an opportunity to begin introducing them. Over to you.
I prefer this type of mic because the mobile one, you get tempted to do and test if it works or not. Digitalization, digitization, digital transformation, digital vortex. Where I come from the dusty streets of Umlazi Township, we refer to these as bombastic words. So my panelists and myself intend to ensure that we demystify these bombastic words and ensure that by the time we finish with this session, we all have a common understanding of what these words mean, but more importantly, what they mean in our lives. So the panelists that I'm going to be calling up will provide the minutiae, you hear that bombastic word, minutiae of how these can be useful in our everyday life. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Manqoba Zungu, and I've got the pleasure and the honor of being a facilitator for this next panel. I see that some of them are still getting mic'd up, so I will call up Julius to please come up. And guys, I'm an energy guy, so please clap as much as you can. There are no restrictions. How we're going to run the session, I will ask them just one question each, and then from then onwards, I can take questions from the floor and questions from the audience, because I do believe that there have been pearls of wisdom and many nuggets that have been shared today. I think it's only fair that we give you guys a chance to ask at least one or two questions. So once I've done my first round, I'll be opening up for questions. Next panelist that I see, Usis Nomonde, please clap for her as she comes up. My brother Usia. And my sister Shabana. I must also put a disclaimer, because guys, it's important to be deliberate and to be observant. It may look like this panel's got more males. It was supposed to be Umandisa, but she had to leave. So Umandisa was in the previous one, and Usia Satya Bandla Shema Simfage Lactin. Right? So initially, it was supposed to be more females than males. So let's get cracking. The first question I will pose, not because she's seated next to me, to Mandis. As I said, there are these bombastic words, other words that are prominent, spectrum, and all these types of things, the cost of data, access, and all of these topics. Let's simplify this. In your role at Meta, and previously in your role at ICASA, where you were the one in charge of the policy making and so on. Perhaps asqale ngeMeta, what is it that Meta is doing to ensure that the cost of connectivity is decreased and that, all these bombastic words and all these topics actually make a difference in our lives?
Thank you very much, Sia. By the way, my name is Nomonde Gongeka Swalpa.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and greetings, everyone. I think if we have to look at the lay of the land in South Africa, where technology, digitization, and connectivity are concerned, we know there's three key major issues that we need to address. One is the cost to communicate, which remains a barrier to many. Access to devices, which is another challenge, and digital inclusion, which is another area that needs to be addressed in order to bridge the digital skills divide. So recently in South Africa, we had what we call a regulatory moment, where we got to witness the long-awaited spectrum auction, which was undertaken by ICASA, the regulator. Now, why does this matter? The end goal is to reduce the cost to communicate. Now, where connectivity is concerned, as Meta, formerly known as Facebook, we are of the view that we also have a role to play in driving digital inclusion and connectivity. This we do because we realize that to mitigate the connectivity challenge, governments cannot do this by themselves. Our response as Meta to the connectivity challenge is our 45,000-kilometer to Africa undersea cable project, the longest subsea cable ever to be deployed, connecting Europe, Africa, and Asia. Now, the subsea cables, they lay the foundation for the global internet, connecting people and continents, and will play a big part in global development. It will serve communities that rely on the internet for services from education to healthcare, business, unlocking greater economic and social benefits. So, as Meta, we want more people to have increased connectivity so that they can also benefit from the services that provide better education, healthcare, and business opportunities. So, investing in subsea cables that bring more people online to a faster internet is crucial to achieving this particular goal, especially now that data consumption is on the increase and it's growing every other year. So you did indicate that I'm looking after policy at Meta, looking after the SADC region. How are we going to benefit? So the undersea cable will dock in the following countries within the SADC region: Angola, the DRC, Mozambique, and South Africa. And to realize this, the delivery of this particular project, as Meta, we have partnered with a number of stakeholders, including the MNOs. I'll park here for now.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Guys, say claps, ne? So this past weekend, I was still admiring people that I see as crazy running 90 kilometers. Anyone ran the comrades here? Please, stand up, Zulu.
Could still walk to you. It's impossible.
And she finished.
By Thursday.
I was still admiring. Lovely. I was still admiring those who run 90 kilometers, and now we've got 45,000 kilometers. Brilliant, and we wish you all the luck. We can certainly see the benefit that's going to come out of that. Now, Shabana, from an inclusion perspective, banking the unbanked and so on, how is digital going to foster or encourage or enable us to see more inclusion? And then if there are any particular things or projects that Investec is involved in, then please feel free to share.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Zungu. Just a fun fact. Nina messaged me here before I could come here and said, Shabs, we've made up some time, so you're going to go on at 12. And, you know, then my heart just, like, it paced, right? And then I haven't had lunch. So I'm like, with no food, I'm already high in adrenaline, I'm panicked, I don't know if y'all ate food, but I did have a text when I needed a bar one. So, nonetheless, to answer your question, Mr. Zungu, firstly, to acknowledge my panelists. It's amazing to see you again, Sia. Sia and I have actually worked together at Investec, so it's great. The way I look at inclusion, though, is in a full spectrum. And I'll mention a few of them now, that what sits with me. As you've mentioned, banked and unbanked from an inclusion perspective. We see the recent FSEA report that's been issued. 81% of our South Africans, 16 years and older, have access to bank accounts. However, statistics show that actually only the adoption rate or the usage is very low, right? So 40% of them actually are in dormant accounts. So they have access, but their accounts are dormant. And then another percentage of people actually just use it for deposits and then withdraw money immediately. Actually use it for their deposits and then withdraw the money immediately thereafter. So there's no actual real financial benefit that's coming out of the access that's provided. So the one is the banked and the unbanked. The second one, in terms of inclusion, I see is around catering for different LSMs, living standard measures based on income. The third one I see that we need to cover from a digitalization perspective is actually to cover those that, I don't know how to call it, but I'll say it out, like living in different geographical areas, rural versus urban. How do we create access there? And then the fourth one that I'd put on the table is from a woman empowerment perspective as well. I mean, we see statistics, and all of you are statistical people, and recognize that in the industry, 25% of our representation in technology are women. It's actually less than 25% representation in technology are women, right? Only 4.7% of girls in school actually even think about a career in computer science and engineering. And you know, from a tertiary perspective, only 13% actually graduate with STEM subjects. So digitalization from an inclusion perspective can help all of those, plus more. But that sits and resonates with me according to your question. Now there's a second part and there's a third part. The second part is some of the challenges that we face. In my mind, I'll just cover three. The first challenge is, it is great to see the consumer demand for digitalization. Digital products, want to go mobile, want to do things differently, want to get control, want convenience, want all of these different types of apps. So basically want the access. However, online banking is expensive, which ties into the banked and unbanked piece, right? Fees are expensive for the consumer. So the 11 million of the population that sits in the rural areas actually can't afford this, as an example. The second piece is around data, and I think my colleague spoke about it earlier. Data is expensive. Sub-Saharan Africa is the most expensive across the world when it comes to data. And that is because of our infrastructure, and absolutely seeing the glass half full. The undersea cables that we're putting in place are all helping us, and I'll cover that a little bit more as well. But the reality is that data is expensive because of our infrastructure and because of telecommunications taking a lot of control of the environment. So we kind of have this digital divide, if you want to call it, because you've got people that have access to the internet. You've got the internet haves and the internet must-haves or don't-haves kind of competing with each other. That's just furthering this divide. But because data is expensive, we kind of need the regulator in the space. I know the Competition Commission is there trying to manage the costs, etc., from a data perspective, but we kind of need the regulator there. The third piece is around access, and I think, Mr. Zungu, you actually mentioned it earlier. The accessibility is a challenge for us. We've got fiber, we've got undersea cables, we've got many things that are at play, but the infrastructure is not the best for the reach that we need to get out there. And I'll talk a little bit about mobile penetration rates as well. So that's the second part, some of the challenges that we deal with, which is around data is expensive, online banking fees are expensive, and then particularly around access and what it can and can't give us. How are we responding? Now, I'm a person of glass half full. Hopefully I didn't hit my mic here, but I'm a person of glass half full. We have made massive, massive progress. If you look at the investment from an African perspective, the compound annual growth rate is sitting at 15% to 2026. That's because of the investment in data centers across Africa. Why? To service businesses to do digitalization, to service the consumer that wants the speed and wants the access. That is beautiful in itself. And that's a wonderful story. The second piece around the data costs, I know I work in technology, but sometimes I cannot get the words right. The new undersea cable by Google, the Equino cable, I don't know if I said that right, but you can Google itself. And that cable allows us to connect South Africa to Portugal, but that'll help with some of our data costs. More of those lines or undersea cables or fiber lines actually help us with our data costs. The infrastructure piece, you'll see we're trying to be innovative. Fiber can only go so where, and it's only been placed so where. But have you seen MTN's air fiber? It's actually using their towers at the moment in order to be able to create the ability for people to have access, right? So from an infrastructure perspective, people are actually, or companies and organizations are actually seeing, how can I extend the reach? From a learning side of things, because I spoke about women empowerment, you know what? Our mobile penetration rates are very high from a connectivity perspective. They sit at 90 million connections from a South African perspective. 20 to 22 million South Africans have access to a smartphone. So in that 90 million connections, we have 20 to 22 people that actually have access. So a third of our population have access to mobile phones, right? So the penetration rate is there, which is really good. So we're using mobile, the ability to you to access your mobile to do some of the learning, the mentorship, the development. So put down the curriculums of, you know, STEM subjects on your phone so that, and we have an amazing person at Investec. He actually got this app and he's rolled it out, and he's got so many followers that he's just at high school level trying to learn about technology, what I can do in my career, what I can't do in my career, just to create the visibility and the transparency, and people are doing more and more of that. So, and the Department of Public Education is doing similar things, educate people on technology, through mobile, through face-to-face, and Investex does similar. We've got many programs that actually do that. The last piece is around banking that I want to spend some time around how we're responding. Banks have recognized that we need to be able to look at our fees. How do we be more specific? So you will see Standard Bank's offering around one of their accounts that actually has no fees attached to them. And they actually do branchless connectivity as an example, meaning that you don't have to go into branch for things. You see Time Bank, you see challenger banks coming in, you see Kuda, which is sitting in Nigeria, trying to access the whole of, bring the whole of Africa together through their offerings, lowering banking fees, trying to have branchless access or not to have branches any longer, trying to look and stimulate an innovative economy, to give more control to the customer. So when you look at the different LSMs and you look at the different markets, things feel different and we reach wider.
Thank you. Maybe just to leverage off those innovative economies. Julius, in your various roles, Standard Bank, CIO, Box Fusion, government, IT, offices, council, there are some countries globally that have gotten to a point where they've got one digital card. It serves as your ID, your passport, your bank card, and so on and so forth. How far are we in South Africa from getting to that stage? Because ultimately, we can talk about these bombastic words, but if I still need to go to Home Affairs, and then I'm there for 4 hours, and then the 5th hour, as I'm about to go in, they tell me the system's down, and so on and so forth. All these bombastic words mean nothing to me.
Yeah.
How far, in your view, are we as South Africa to getting to a point where we can have, as an example, one digital card or just other kind of elements that make our lives a lot easier?
Thanks, Mangoba. It's a very important question. Having been in government for over 10 years, I have come to understand some of the challenges that government has faced over the years. I think the best way to describe it, especially around technology, is that government has been in what I could term digital inertia. You know, there's this potential for technology to make a difference. We come up with good policy standards, strategies, and we don't make much progress. And an example, as you ask that question, is the Smart ID itself. The concept of Smart ID, we were the first country to start considering use of smart cards in our Smart IDs, and we're the first to engage some of the manufacturers of these chips and cards with a view to rolling out the Smart ID. But I think 10 years later, we were still trailing, and there were more than 10 of even, if not 15 countries that had already gone and rolled out Smart IDs. So as a country, we need to do something to really start accelerating our traction. And in fact, one of the things that was envisaged with the Smart ID was that there will be multiple products on that Smart ID. At the time, I was a CIO of the Department of Social Development. Obviously, social development responsible for the Social Security SASSA agency. We were interested in the Smart ID with the view that we can put our application on the Smart ID and that our citizens can then use the Smart ID for accessing their grants. We were talking to banks at the time. We were agreeing on some of the protocols that are required, EMV, etc., trying to push banks to make sure that they can put biometrics on ATMs, but we didn't win that battle because they still don't have biometrics on the ATMs. But the intention was to use the Smart ID as a means to reduce fraud, enable our citizens to also be banked, because now you could put cash on those cards and that they can use those cards to go and transact wherever they can. And unfortunately, because of the time it took to really get that Smart ID from, I think the idea was born early 2000. It was around about 2003 when we got involved with social development. And only in 2013 it got deployed and everybody had lost interest. And it wasn't just the only application that would have been on the Smart ID. There were intentions to put your e-health on that card, as well as other services such as transport. So we come a long way, but I think there's good progress that's been made towards ensuring that we have one card. Although the Smart ID hasn't opened up for other products to be put on it, it has however been designed with an opportunity to do so. I'm encouraged by what I've seen in the transport space. the Department of Transport developing the NDOT standard for cards that can be used for automated fare collection on the transport infrastructure such as your buses, trains, as well as taxis. And that standard seemed to be gaining traction. Today you can use your EMV card on the same card reader at Gautrain. At the same time as you can use the Gautrain card. And these are two separate cards. Although it's the card reader that's integrated, I think we are on track to being able to put the second product on one card, and that I can use one card to do any product on that particular card. So there is traction, and I think this is an opportunity for young people that I've seen here, and I've been encouraged by the kind of enthusiasm that I see amongst the young people that are making waves in the technology space, to start solving some of these problems that we are facing as a country, to bring that integration in technology. One of the things that Box Fusion as a company has earmarked and set itself the target, and we are solely and purely focused on public sector, with a view that, it's not a sexy space. A lot of IT companies shy away from government, but we're not going to shy away, even if we're not, the richest people out there. As long as we can build solutions, we can stay the course and ensure that, there's traction and there's a buy-in from public sector leaders. And I think we've done well since the inception of the company, and would like to work with the young people that are here. Zandi is one of those who worked for us and left to start Girl Code, and we continue to work with her. And she's been able to help us with four ladies who are now coders, because that's one of the biggest challenges we face. And we find that these ladies are go-getters. They want to solve problems, and we want to give them the space to do so. And so solving problems such as the ones we have in being able to integrate payment on one card will be a great challenge that we look forward to solving it with these young people. Thanks.
So, as I said, I did make a promise that we'll take at least a few questions. So I think the panelists can also see the time that we're working against. So I'm inviting the guests in the room and online. If you've got any questions in the room, you can start picking up your hands, so people, the guys with the mic will come to you. And if there are any questions online, please can you start typing them, and then Nozi will give me a shout if there are any questions. But Julius mentioned Sia around the fact that they've got issues with coding. And I laughed when I read your bio, it said you're the Python guy. The Python guy. So perhaps maybe you can, as the Python guy, just tell us what do you see in the space? What opportunities are there for Python guys and Python ladies and coders, etc., from a job availability perspective, and what type of industries can one get into if they are the Python guy or the Python lady?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for that, and hello everyone. So I don't know if I said the Python guy or a Python guy. So I think I'll go with one of the Python people. But in terms of, maybe let me kind of take a step back from your question and kind of like zoom out a bit. And so where does coding or Python kind of fit into what we're talking about? Like, why do we care about digitization? Why do we care about, we're talking about access, we're talking about kind of some of the barriers to it, but why are we trying to close some of these barriers, right? And so one thing we know is, for every 10% additional access, so connectivity, so someone gets mobile access on the continent in particular, you get approximately a 0.7% uplift in GDP, GDP per capita. The AU has a mandate to try and get full digital access to the entire continent. That would then represent between a 2 or 3% GDP uplift per year if they were able to achieve that potentially lofty goal. So things like coding, things like kind of software development, etc., they sit for sure at the top of the stack, of which the guys have started to articulate. You've got these undersea cables. We didn't have any undersea cables, call it 20 years ago, kind of meaningful undersea cables. So you get this backbone coming in. You then start getting these fiber networks kind of starting to crisscross the continent and then that enables a lot of providers to start to give the kind of that last mile access. So you say, so that's where concepts like spectrum come in, where you're trying to do things in a wireless way. Obviously then you're trying to get fiber into different places. That deals with the availability story. Then there's the call it adoption, and again that's been spoken about as well. There's barriers to that. There's things like data costs. There's things like access to these devices, etc. And so cool. We then see connectivity becomes available, but it doesn't necessarily get the amount of adoption one would hope. And so it's then trying to solve some of those. Now, some of the biggest elements of the digital divide are in that adoption space as well, in the sense that particularly poorer Black African women tend to kind of be the least represented in terms of adoption. And so that is something that one is trying to solve. And so kind of then moving up the stack, okay, now you've got the availability, you're now able to adopt this particular connectivity. Now what are you going to do there? Like, do you now have meaningful access? What is happening now? I'm on the internet. What can I do? And that's where another kind of key, I guess, gap, which Girl Code, We Think Code, they're trying to solve, to say, cool, we can now leverage the fact that we have these three parts of the stack to start to to build a real digital-based economy, and that's really then kind of the so the key thing, right? And so you look at industry. Shabana mentioned there is what was mentioned earlier. There's a skills gap. A lot of companies are trying to hire. A lot of companies will end up paying people from overseas, etc. Paying exorbitant prices to try and get access to skills, coding, being able to create the products that you're using on a day-to-day basis, but we're often not able to cover that, and that's a very multifaceted problem as well. Part of it is is kind of basic education, and what are we doing from kind of a government perspective to try and just cover the basic skills. Part of it for sure though is when it comes to just kind of our institutions and how private sector interacts with institutions to foster innovation and to invest. So it's good to hear that the Googles, the Facebooks, etc. are investing in infrastructure, but these all of these component parts need to play together across this entire stack. At which point then you can start to build kind of real meaningful digital economies. And so I think each of these kind of different pieces are critically important. And maybe the last thing I'll say is it's just also the concept of decentralization. A lot of these solutions, necessarily, if there's going to be inertia, kind of digital inertia, then you still want to be able to deploy interesting and innovative solutions into communities, be they kind of underserved communities, rural communities, etc. You still need mechanisms to service, these folks and try to kind of cover some of these elements of the stack. And so, so you have initiatives like, like a Bosco, where people say, cool, there's no electricity, there's no, there's no fiber, but we can still go into community and we can still set up, a small kind of access point, internet cafe, that's using satellite. It's completely kind of solar powered, and and we can kind of try and at least start a journey in a particular place. There's a lot of kind of other decentralized kind of initiatives or interventions where people will say, cool, let's try and get in a particular locale, in a particular community, ways to, in a decentralized fashion, to start to share data, start to share educational materials, start to chat, and this is kind of happening completely off the kind of official grid, as it were. And so, but at the end of the day, though, it's critical that that we are able to move people up the stack, and then at the end of this, make sure that they're skilled, such that they'll then be getting consumed by an industry which is yearning for this type of skill.
Lovely. So I've got one question on the floor and one question online. If you don't mind, please can I prioritize the guys online so that I can buy myself more time with Nozipo? Nozipo, are you ready? Oh.
Cheat code.
And I'm bringing the microphone to Mom Triposa because she's been very active online and she's posted a really good question online. Madam, if I may give you the opportunity to pose your question. And I think the first hand to go up in the room has been the same.
Thank you very much, Nosipo. One of my questions is how can government utilize the technology to reduce this high unemployment in the youth? What can we tell? What can they do if we were to advise the government on that? Then
Is
the
it
other
posed
one
at
I
anyone
had-
specifically, Ma'am Trifosa?
Huh?
Is it posed at anyone specifically?
At anyone, yes. The other one is, what would you tell a young woman in rural area or in township who's unemployed at the moment to improve their living standards by utilizing technology? What would be the advice to tell them?
So,
maybe let's take this one
and then just.
I see Madam Shandi's put her hand up, so let me give. Is it a comment, Madam? Okay, so we'll come to solutions. So let me go with the questions first. Please go ahead.
So for some context, currently the stats is the well-known one, which is the 60% youth unemployment. And then I think the more recent one is 4% of people that enter the South African education system will actually end up with a university degree, and just under 37% will end up with a matric qualification. And we sit in the digital vortex with a huge skills shortage. And when we talk about that 4%, we share it all. So medicine, accounting, law, education, everyone is in the 4%. So it means the traditional pipeline for knowledge workers, which is what the people that would be in the digital vortex would be, is not delivering the volumes, quite simply, that are needed to meet this demand. At the same time where the unemployment means it's a huge lost opportunity to have a skills shortage, and beyond the skills shortage, offshore skills. What can we do to bring those that are seeking these digital skills into a frame of mind where the idea of alternative education pathways, so I think I'm actually maybe piggybacking off Ma'am Trifosa's comment and question, which is, how do we start to form this coalition of the willing, if we can call it that, that says the numbers don't add up. The opportunity that everyone is describing in terms of the growth of digital, I think is only fully realized if we've got the human capital to show up and build it locally. But our pipeline is just not churning out those numbers. And we are addicted to interviewing people and saying, what's your degree? Is it in computer science? And was it from Stellenbosch? How do we cure ourselves of that addiction and invest financially, practically, and with a genuine will to hire from these alternative pipelines that make it possible for that black girl in the village to go from where she is and sit at Meta and be part of creating the digital technology that we consume? So that's my question.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to just go for the solution, so you've got all the voices from the floor, and then I will throw it back to you.
Thank you so much. Very informative and exciting views from the floor. When I say a solution, I like to be practical and say, what can we do from here? I look at the people in the room. We've got capabilities. I hear Julius in terms of development, coding. In the room, we have somebody, an organization that are looking at developing, code amongst girls going through the township. And I know you've gone through all the provinces, so you know how to access in the township young girls. We have Nomonde with Meta. Your bosses have got very deep pockets as well. You have an infrastructure, etc. We have the CIO of Investec here. They also have deep pockets. A lot of people have made a lot of money. We have product development people on the floor. We have one of our members here. I don't know, Totsi, is she here? She's, she can stand up. She's the biggest paymaster in the country. She pays 22 million people every month, okay? Now, pardon? The DDG of communication is also here. Now, The question, the issue is, there's a solution within this room in terms of what is it that we can do going forward. Firstly, I would say to Nomonde, to Shabama, go to your bosses, put in a motivation, we put up funding. We agree that Gold Code we'll say so many women will develop. The developers here, the product development people come up with something. We can say we'll do a test case with our biggest paymaster to say what is it that we can actually do practically between now and the next YLC Leadership Summit. What is it that we can do? Can we develop, get a team together under the YLC leadership, get these people together and say, is there a way of us doing? Because the biggest, I've been in this industry for a long time, and one thing that I know, we have the infrastructure, the glass from an infrastructure spectrum is half full. The reality still remains. For us to do mobile banking, for us to do to access, to do banking, to access internet, to do transactions, to communicate with one another, you still need to access data. And that last mile is where the problem comes in. Data cost is still high for most people in the township. That is why today there are more cash circulating in our society than through the banks. Actually, trillions of rands are circulating in cash. I'm going to suggest that let's form a panel with the people that I've mentioned through the YLC. Let's come up with a solution, do a test case with somebody developing something, the funding becoming available, and the goals being provided to us and the women for us to do a test case for our friends in SASSA. Make it a success and then scale it up. And that's the solution I want to provide, so that there's something practical coming from this very important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you.
So, Mangoba, I feel like we asked the question and we answered it before coming back to you. But nonetheless, I'm going to hand back to you, and just to remind you that the questions were, primarily what are we going to do about youth unemployment, and how do we leverage what we have working in the digital space? What do we say to the young woman in the township right now, the young girl in the township? How does she leverage the technology she does have access to improve her own living conditions? And then can we really get practical about investing in alternative education pathways, and then building that alternative pipeline as we look at the skills shortage challenge more closely? Last but not least, between now and the next summit, can we deliver on the challenge that's been put on the table? Over to you.
Thank you, Noz. So because I really want to make sure that I get invited again to this auspicious event and be one of the thorns amongst these lovely roses, I am going to be a bit strict now because of time. So I'm going to ask you to pick any question that's been posed, give you 30 seconds to answer it, and let me give you a minute to answer it together with your closing. And if it gets to a minute, I am going to stop you. So I've put a disclaimer up front. I'm not being rude. I'm just looking at the time. So a minute to close and to answer any of the questions that have been posed. I'll start with you.
Thank you very much. I think I want to talk about 3 interventions in terms of what we're already doing as Meta. We've got 3 programs that we're running. One called She Means Business. This one supports women entrepreneurs, with digital skills, financial support, skills. We also have another program called Boost with Meta. Now, this one looks into including, businesses and small businesses and any other users, with marketing skills. And we've got different training programs that range from a 2-day training program, 4 weeks to a 9-month. And once you're done with that, and you can get a certification. And all these trainings, we offer them for free at no cost, But the one other area that I want to talk to you about is with regards to the support for small businesses. Our outgoing COO, Cheryl Sandberg, she cares deeply about SMBs, because we understand that they are at the core and at the heartbeat of, sustaining, economies and boosting economies. And actually 2 days ago, we hosted for the first time in the continent here in South Africa an SMB summit, where we are showcasing how businesses, small businesses, can actually utilize our technologies, namely Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, to actually pivot their businesses. So that's what.
Thank you. So I do have commitment from the panelists that they're not going to rush away. So if any questions were not answered, or if you still need more, they will be around for later on. Sia?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll be brief. I love this idea of collaboration. How do we leverage the resources within this room, and then obviously, each of the people in this room have their own networks. How do we leverage that, to sort of move things forward? And so I think there was something said about alternative education, kind of that pipeline. How do we make sure that we're able to? There's like enough of a net of people that can then be kind of funneled in, but that needs to exit somewhere. And so I think, part of it is also some of the people on the stage, for example, it's having the conversations with your companies, with your hiring people, and saying, look, how do we kind of just think a little bit differently about, the people that we're pulling in? How do we also invest our own resources into making sure that we're connecting into We Think Code, making sure that we're connecting into Gold Code. But last but not least, I think this is also like the demographic makeup of the people on the stage is also slightly emblematic of how it breaks down in ICT. And so so something you also need to think about is how do we make sure kind of the next YLC, the representation is ever so slightly more skewed to the women.
So Sia reminds me of my pastor. In closing, last point, finally. Thank you, my brother. Shabana?
Last but not least.
Last but not least.
I think what Investec is really passionate about is building the skills at a foundation level. So investing there is really, really important for us. We want to make sure that subjects like computer science, subjects like sciences or mathematics are understood. And because that's going to take people into a technology degree or a alternative education stream. So that understanding is really, really important for us. We have many partnerships, and partnerships are critical for us in terms of building that skill at a foundation level. We've got a Pro Maths program. We've actually got partnerships with Girl Code, who's actually doing some work for us as well. We've got partnership with Eating Code. We've got partnerships with Umuzi. We've got many partnerships to make sure we build a talent pipeline at the foundation level, not just to serve Investec, but to serve the whole of South Africa. We believe in the talent in this country. We believe in that 1 million net jobs that from a digitalization perspective will be created by 2030. We believe in the 1.7 million jobs for grads that's foreseeable in the future when it comes to digitalization. And we believe in the 1.6 million opportunity for women empowerment when it comes to digitalization.
Lovely.
So we focus at the foundation.
Lovely, thank you so much. Madam President, did you hear that? Investec is ready to partner and collaborate. My brother, Julius.
No, thanks. I like the two questions that were asked about how do we use technology to create more jobs, but also how do we feed the pipeline for the innovations that's needed to build those technological innovations. And I think that two things, one of which you just spoken about is starting from foundation and taking some of the skills that are required to feed into that technological revolution, starting at foundation level from grade 0 downwards. But without making it a cliche, 4IR is upon us, and let's avoid that digital inertia again, where we come up with ideas and we just talk. And I think the private sector can make a huge difference, and that we should look at how 4IR creates new opportunities in areas that are not already occupied by or saturated in terms of employment. And if we could start 4IR technologies even at foundation level, I think we can make a huge difference in terms of job creation as well as feeding the pipeline.
Lovely. So
Thanks.
I need to stand to say this. Let's clap for him. Julia speaks about us avoiding the digital inertia again. And my last bombastic saying for today, the opportunity of a lifetime needs to be taken in the lifetime of the opportunity. It is our opportunity of a lifetime to bring more inclusion, to close the digital gaps, and so on and so forth. But if there is no action, we are going to be talking the same thing in 10 years' time. So let's please take these opportunities of a lifetime to make sure, as Madam President says, we see the change in our lifetime. Thank you very much, and may we have it. say I think we need to have some gifts, Lana.
Yes, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, to Manqoba Zungu, let's give him a round of applause, please. Fantastic job, well done. And thank you very much for a really, really insightful conversation. And I could tell that there was a whole lot more room for conversation. There are lots of hands that went up that we didn't get to, but certainly I hope that the conversation will continue in a range of different ways. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you are standing up on stage as the program director, you also have this thing called Program Director Superpowers. I don't know if you've heard of it. And what it means is that every now and then you get to change and make changes in the flow, and you get to ask for forgiveness later. So what we were meant to be doing right now is taking a body break, but we are running heavily behind schedule. I'm going to ask you to trust me and trust the process, that if we just power through, we only have 2 speakers left for our program, that we'll not only finish a little bit better on time, but we'll also just have a little bit more time to connect and network together straight afterwards. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. So we're going to hear from our first speaker shortly. I'll be introducing her. I know she just nipped out, and I know she's coming right back into the room. But I do also want to highlight that our final speaker who will come up straight after her is going to be online. So we're going to be turning our attention to the screens and listening attentively to the message around the power of now. Can I get a thumbs up if Babalo is back in the room, please? Not yet? Okay. While she is out of the room, allow me then maybe to just speak a little bit about the topic that she's going to be speaking about. There she is. I think she's just walked in. Babalo is going to be speaking to us about why women, youth, and entrepreneurs are key to success. If anything, as we've listened in today, we certainly, I think, are aligned that women, young people, and entrepreneurs are critical to the societies we are trying to build. We now get an opportunity to deep dive into that conversation and listen to Babalo Ngonyama Sinayo as she speaks to us. I'm going to introduce her as she gets her mic pack put on. Babalo is an entrepreneur and the founder of and CEO of the Sinayo Group. And the Sinayo Group is a boutique financial services company with a vision to democratize financial services. We know her for her many leadership positions and roles, from entrepreneur to being a leader as a director in a number of companies such as Hollard, Aspen, Barloworld, Impala Platinum, as well as Clover, counting amongst others. She was appointed chairperson of the University of Cape Town's council, and this appointment was quite historic because she was the first woman to ever hold the position. As she makes her way up, allow me to say one more thing, and that she is, of course, the founding president of the African Women Chartered Accountants. Let's give Babalo a resounding, resounding round of applause. Let's welcome her onto stage.
All right, good day. Let me open up. Okay, you can hear me, isn't it? All right, no, that's great. It's a wonderful day, isn't it? Yeah. I've really enjoyed the panels. I must say kudos to the organizers here. You've done an excellent, excellent job. Let me also thank you for giving me an opportunity to address you today. And I know that I'm talking to thought leaders today. I'm talking to the youth. I'm talking to various players, really, from all over the country. So I'm really honored to be here today. And YLC and IWFSA organize this event so that we can cooperate, we can work in partnership, and with consciousness, we galvanize the institution, corporations, governments, and ourselves. You know, it's important that we accelerate and sustain transformation so that we achieve the change and the inclusive growth we so desire. So at the center of this discussion, we're saying why women and youth are the keys to success for driving transformation and inclusivity. I must say, though, I don't like this type of a question, you know, but I guess I take instructions. I had to. But I thought, let me just put it up front that the notion that it is important to include women in society, to give them a seat at the table, is quite problematic in as far as I'm concerned. You know, it highlights a big and a toxic hole in our fundamental beliefs. It states that women are on the outside and that they should be granted permission to participate. Whereas what is needed is a real deep introspection here, a reform of our society's core beliefs. We need to dispense with the idea of the table altogether. Let's think about it. This table is quite rigid. It is restricting. It is exclusionary. Imagine a table. You know, what is needed is a free-flowing communication and equal respect for one another. We must listen and hear each other. What is important is to foster a safe space for an inclusive and accountable society that is aware of its past mistake. It must acknowledge its past mistake, and it must work towards a change. I do want to say, though, it is our responsibility in this room to create that awareness by not allowing women to be disrespected and undermined on our watch. You know, let's call it out, because the biggest mistake that we make as women is to allow this to happen whilst we are watching. We take these things for granted. We say it's okay. You know, you see a woman speaking and she's being cut by a man, you know, and we all keep quiet. We allow the men to talk, and we engage with that man as if he has not done anything wrong. I think we should not agree to that. And I just want to say we should not participate in discussion that demeans other women. I want to make this call, though, in particular to men in this room and to men who are also watching and listening. I feel that if men lead the charge, and they fight against exclusion and undermining of women, we can go far faster, actually. So it is men, if you think about it, who can hold other men accountable for their language and their behavior towards women. So it is very crucial for men to play a meaningful role here. It is also crucial that if we build a fair and just society, if we embrace inclusivity, if we want to give equal opportunities to each and every individual, it means that women and youth must participate there. Otherwise, there is no ways that we can have prosperous society without women, leaving more than 50% of the society behind. And you think you can grow the economy of this country, be my guest. I wish you well. And in fact, the United Nations report, it states it very clear that where women have advanced where women have participated meaningfully, economic growth has advanced in a number of countries that have been observed by the United Nations. So I believe that a large part of embracing a fair and prosperous community and society is embracing, therefore, the inclusion and acceptance of all cultures and all human beings. So this is a critical shift in consciousness that we need to recognize. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we all know the challenges that our country is facing and our continent is facing today. The challenges of unemployment, the challenges of inequality, the challenges of poverty. I mean, again, if we quote from the World Bank report, it says that we sit on the top of the global poverty index, you know, in terms of inequality. We are the #1 country. We have the biggest inequality gap in this country, out of 164 countries that have been measured. We must close this gap. You know, and one of the levers that we need to pull is to be socially responsive so that we can have a social impact. Let's not just talk about this ESG, let's make it happen. And guess who is best suited then to have that social impact? It's women, if you think about it. Women, let me start by saying, you empower a woman, you empower the nation. We know that once you give money to a woman, they spend that money to educate their kids, they spend on health, they spend on nutrition, they really do spend it on the most relevant things, which will then have the social impact that we need. Women have a unique way of engaging with society and their communities. We are nurturers, you know that. There is no competition about it. Fairness is deeply instilled, it's an instilled value in most of us. So this is the most important aspect to bring into societies today and organization, as then the dissemination of this value can trigger massive shifts towards a better tomorrow. Women are conscious. If you think of whistleblowers in most organizations, you'll find that it is women. And it tells you then how close we are towards consciousness. Think about consciousness. What is consciousness? Consciousness is that thing that allows you to see. We always think that we use our eyes to see. Actually, not really. It's that thing that allows you to hear. Think about it. What do you use to hear? You can remove this ear, but you can still hear. It is that consciousness behind you. So the more we are closer to our consciousness, where we can hear others, we can feel, we can see each other, the better. And actually, women by nature are very close to that consciousness. So to have a social impact, it is the requirement that you too have that conscious. And that is our biggest strength. So you ask me why we should include women, therefore, I think I'm beginning to answer you on that question. And I do want to say that, colleagues, another thing that should be done, you know, to include women in, be it business, be it academia, be it in government, I do always want us to remember that if we change men's attitudes towards men, 70% of our problem will be resolved. It is very important for us as women that we educate our boys, we educate our partners, We don't create the monsters. Because remember, as women, we are the creators. We do create some of the monsters that we see. That's the reality we must face. So let's work on changing those attitudes if we want to go far. Another thing that I want us to be aware of is the biases that we need to work on, the conscious and the unconscious biases. I'll give you 2 examples, very quick ones. You sit in an interview, and a man walks in for an interview. And this man is from Hilton or from Michael House. Guess what? That interview will last for 30 minutes. Quickly, they relate to each other, zip. And then it gets followed by some Babalwa from KZN in some unknown high school, and that interview lasts for about 2 hours. What is the difference? You see? So what I'm trying to say, even before you come in, there's these biases that are already built in, which you have to overcome. And as leaders now, especially as women leaders, let's watch those biases and let's ask those questions and let's challenge our colleagues in these interviews and say no, We actually went through the second example, a bias test in one of the boards that I sit on, whereby there was a CV which described this person, and we were asked whether this person would qualify for the job. Firstly, the name of this person was Mr. John, and was stated the strength of Mr. John and all sorts of other things. And we all thought, yes, he will definitely make it. And these are Mr. John's strengths. We like those strengths. And then there is Mrs. Coming in, and the CV is tweaked a little bit. Same things, they are put differently. And the question is, do you think this Mrs. can qualify for the job? And the answer was, no, we don't think so. We don't like this and that and that and that. So what we noticed is that the focus was on what we don't like. Whereas on the Misty, there was a lot of focus on what we like. So I just want you to think about those things again when you are engaging with women. How do you deal with those biases? What is driving your thinking in your assessment of their suitability in your mind? So another thing that I want us to check out, who forms part of our conversations in our corporate boardrooms? Who is there? Who sets that agenda? Just think about it. You sit in a room, who has set an agenda for you? And then ask yourself questions. Whose beliefs, therefore, and whose agenda are you driving? So let's challenge ourselves. And if your answer does not include a woman, and then you say, why? Why then am I in this room? Or what can I do then to make sure that women are included in setting the agenda, not just as participants, setting that agenda? And if you chair like I do at UCT, you watch who speaks in your meeting. It cannot just be an ordinary meeting. Who speaks about what? When does she speak? And that's how you empower women, because it's important that we participate meaningfully. We speak on things that matter. So in that way, I think we can shift the balance. So in a nutshell, I'm saying women and youth should be at the center of our business strategy. And let's have very clear goals in our minds of inclusivity. Let's have timelines where let's have very clear milestones and consequences, colleagues. You know, let's have incentives as well. If people meet our targets, let's give them incentives. Have you ever thought of putting a KPI, especially in a men's KPI, that says, if you develop so many women, this is the incentive that I'll give you? Have you ever thought about that? You know, those are the things we need to look at. Or have you ever thought of disincentivizing someone for not developing a woman or women? And think about what impact will it make? It will be huge, because where our pockets are affected, we think harder and we make things happen, by the way. So we don't have to go too far. Let me quickly move to youth so that I can wrap up. So in my role as the chair of council of the University of Cape Town, it's a role that I'm really humbled and honored and grateful to be bestowed with as a steward of such an incredible institution. We have decided at UCT that we are going to unleash the human potential. You know, out of the youth, out of those young leaders, we want to ensure that we build people who will create ripples. We want to build people who are critical thinkers, people who will challenge the status quo, who will take on the world. We want the youth that will leave this world in a better place than we found it. We want people who are going to come up with different set of solutions than me and you. So we are quite clear at UCT as to where we are going and therefore what we're going to do with our youth. And therefore, we're very clear as well that a flower will not grow without the right soil. It requires adequate sunlight, it requires water. So when you provide the right mix of support and ingredients for success to the young African mind, you provide them with the right environment to flourish and grow. So through this role, I have been blessed to witness the ability of the youth to pave the way to be pace setters. At UCT, we have pace setters. I've been blessed to challenge our thinking and create new innovative ideas for sustainability and for development. You know, at UCT, we announced this year that when it comes to environment, we will be net positive by 2030. And we were the first university to make that commitment. And that was actually coming from one of our students. You know, so we asked our students to come up with suggestions as to how do we deal with environmental issues. And they came up with a number of solutions, and which led to the fact that actually we could be net positive by 2030. And we adopted that. So that's the creativity and innovativeness that I'm talking about. So, colleagues, all I want to leave you with today when it comes to youth, I want you to play a meaningful role in developing those tigers. I like an example of a tiger because a tiger is an animal that carries itself. It goes out there, it hunts by itself, it's strong. However, when there is a need to bring in others and a team, a tiger can be a team player. So we need our kids, we need youth that can go out there represent us with or without us. And at the right time, they call on us, they bring us to move our country and our society forward. So I challenge you in this room today to pick up the same mantle, to create powerful, impactful communities that are pacemakers for the growth of humanity. We must seek to make a difference by propelling humanity forward, by building the consciousness of people, by being privileged in everything we do. The current state of the world requires us to do so. As leaders, it is important for us to live a purposeful life. Let's live a life with a purpose. Let's lead and contribute to purposeful communities. This is going to require resilience and courage. It's not going to be easy. It requires that we step up our game if we want to see the change. We must be outstanding and excellent individuals. Whatever you do, prepare, rule number 1. Rule number 2, remember rule number 1, which is prepare. Rule number 3, remember rule number 2. You know, the world has time for people who are excellent. History will reflect on people who are excellent. So during this unprecedented and uncertain time, our focus on our purpose, our vision has become more important than ever before. The headwinds and challenges we have experienced are a testament to our resilience. We must continue with a focused mind to overcome the challenges of our time, whilst, more importantly, while serving each other with grace. Let our vision be the driving force that keeps us grounded. We must nurture, guard, and build Africa as a home for all, for generations to come, through the inclusion of women and youth, the golden keys to our success. Together, we can do it. Thank you very much.
I think there's a little gift for you if you don't mind. Okay. Selapeng, can we please get a gift for our keynote speaker? And of course, ladies and gentlemen, can we give her a round of applause that is reflective of that contribution? Thank you so very much. And she reminds us that we must be pacemakers. We must be prepared, and that history will remember those who are excellent. She says we must be tigers, and how fitting is that, because we started off this morning acknowledging that we are in the year of the tiger. We are powerful, we have strength, and we are headed for prosperity. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mambabalwa. Sure. It's absolutely excellent. So many sound bites and so many pearls of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are headed to our final gift for the day, our final speaker. And I want to introduce Advocate Taki. I know she's been standing by. She's online. And that is, of course, Advocate Taki Nechitenze. She is the Vodacom Chief of Corporate Affairs and Chair of the Vodacom Foundation. She has led the country in many ways, including representing us as former ambassador of Hungary and Croatia. She's a public policy development expert, coming to us today with more than 20 years of experience in law writing, in national security, and also with an emphasis on what might drive environment, social, and governance functions. So when we're talking ESG, we're talking about a practitioner who's been doing this work. She's an admitted advocate of the High Court of South Africa, and really has received so many awards that if I stood here and mentioned them, I don't think we're going to get to lunch. So with that, can we please give a round of applause for Advocate Taki as she joins us, please?
Good afternoon. I hope you can all hear me. And due to other engagements that I could not get out of, but I am here now and I am happy. We are hosting this event at a time when rate in the country is soaring to shocking levels, sitting at over 60%. We have celebrated our Women's Month, and it is clear from engagements that we need to address barriers that women face in social and economic spaces. Much needs to be done through the women and youth to set up businesses, especially SMMEs to prosper. Last year, this time, the world was preparing for the climate change conference in Glasgow, preparing for the similar conference in Egypt. Vodafone and Vodafone are some of the premium sponsors in Egypt. In Glasgow this year, the South African government went to the conference with revised national development that spell out a clear roadmap on how the country intends to reduce its carbon footprint in industries such as transport and electricity. The targets that South Africa set in the NDCs are based on that developed countries will contribute finance for transitioning to a low carbon economy. On the sidelines of Glasgow, US, UK, and EU contributed $0.5 billion US to assist South Africa to transition from coal as its electricity. Yes, we all know we still have the dreadful energy crisis, but it requires all hands to address rather than complain. European countries are bracing themselves for a cold winter with minimal gas supplies due to the Ukraine-Russian war, but for high cost of electricity and electricity load reductions. Just transition, as we heard earlier here today, is another topical issue that is part and parcel of climate change. And it's not just about labor safeguarding the rights of employees, but it's also about safeguarding the livelihoods of people in the entire coal mining ecosystem. All these issues that were raised by panelists cannot be achieved if we do not prioritize and the development of our youth, the majority of whom, unfortunately, have lost hope, are finding themselves in a life of crime to survive, driven by crimes of need and crimes of greed. The last topic that came up on digitalization, to connect the unconnected and to modernize the economy. I heard Assis Irene talk about spectrum and also the last mile, and we fully compare. To this end, I want to go back to the issue of youth, which also the previous speaker made mention of in emphasis. Last weekend, I came across a speech in 1990 February, following his release from prison. It was a speech delivered at his. I am going to read what captured my attention. I quote, he said, "The crisis demands special attention. The education crisis it arises out of the fact that our people have no vote and therefore cannot make the government of the day responsive to their needs. Apartheid education is inferior and a crime against humanity. Education is an area that needs attention. That means the attention of all our people, starting with students, parents, teachers, workers, and all other organized sectors." The speech, I went into action because whilst a lot has been done to create access to education in the past 32 years, there is no denying that it is the class.
Ladies and gentlemen,
quality of education,
we're aware of the technical glitch and we're working on it. We're just changing to a different Wi-Fi, madam, just so that we don't, so you're not cutting. It's going to take 5 seconds. Technical team, thank you so much. maybe 10 seconds. Thank you so much, Advocate Taki. I think we can hear you much better now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will just go back to the quote from Mr. Mandela's speech, just for the flow. I repeat what he said in 1990. He said about education, the crisis in education that exists in South Africa demands special attention. The education crisis in Black schools is a political crisis. It arises out of the fact that our people have no vote and therefore cannot make the government of the day responsive to their needs. Apartheid education is inferior and a crime against humanity. Education is an area that needs attention. That means the attention of all our people, students, parents, teachers, workers, and all other organized sectors of our community, closed quotes. After reading this speech, I went into deep reflection because while a lot has been done to create access to education in the past 32 years, there is no denying that it is mainly the Black middle class and rich whose children are receiving the quality of education that Mr. Mandela envisioned for the Black child. We cannot talk about education today without ICTs as a tool to deliver education, especially after what we saw during COVID-19. COVID-19 exposed the huge inequalities in education, with children in quintile 1, 2, 3 schools spending most of their 2 years at home with limited, if not no access to learning because of lack of ICTs. The Universal Service and Access Fund and the 3G license obligations given to the operators make provision for government with the funds paid by, amongst others, the mobile network operators annually to provide maintenance of connected schools that are in underserviced areas. An audit conducted by Vodacom completed last year in the 3,000 schools that we connected revealed either stolen or broken devices. Our observation, Sis Irene, is that now when technology companies deploy ICTs in schools, it takes a few months and thereafter the equipment is stolen in most of the schools. So whilst there is the desire to provide connectivity, connectivity alone is not an answer to digital divide. Security and social services are needed to address the social ills that lead to rampant crime, where private homes and schools are ransacked by criminals to take copper cables, laptops, tablets, and phones. We also see brazen criminality in our base stations or towers with theft of backup batteries. Last year alone, we in Vodacom spent 1 billion rands on battery backup due to load shedding and vandalism. We will not be able to address the digital divide and get digitalization to thrive in our country until we root out poverty, unemployment, and inequalities that are contributing to some high levels of crime. From various reports, the age group of criminals that are behind robberies at schools, in our homes, in the towers, is mainly between 19 and 35 years. It should be an area of concern to social partners that our youth are now leading this as a normal life. In Vodacom, we believe in the social compact and social contract to address societal ills, but we cannot do this alone. We need other partners because what we do alone is just a drop in the ocean. The high demand spectrum that we acquired early this year, coupled with fiber, will go a long way to address the digital divide. But as I said, public policing, social services, and community mobilization are required to stop crime, for learners to enjoy the use of digital technologies without fear of contact crime. We are currently engaging with ICASA for clarity on some social obligations that come with the high demand spectrum. Everything said this morning by the panelists requires a call to action so that we see change and bring hope to the poor, to the learners, and to all the destitute. I end here, and to all in attendance, thank you for inviting us, and to Charmaine, Thank you for giving me this opportunity to reflect with all of you. Thank you.
Advocate Taki, hopefully if you can still hear us, there is a resounding round of applause for you in the room. Let's do that again, please, ladies and gentlemen. And we want to appreciate you and thank you for your time. And of course, speaking to us with confronting the brutal facts that allows us to really make sense of the size of the challenges ahead of us and the work that's required. We do appreciate that. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program. We've come to the end of this year's Summit 2022. And to maybe extend a vote of thanks and to officially close for us, who better than the very voice who opened us up this morning with context. And so let's welcome back Refilwe. She's been running around at the back, if you've been seeing, making sure that every single element of this day has been absolutely seamless. So maybe as an appreciation to her, let's give her a round of applause as she comes up.
Thank you, Nazi. A lot has been said today. We really had an ideal day, and I don't want to take away from anything by repeating much, but I would like to say to my fellow young leaders here today, let us take away what has been said here from our panelists and our leaders. And for me personally, the biggest takeaway is what Mam Trifosa said. When you're not invited, invite yourself. If you're not invited at the table, pull up a chair and invite yourself. And with that, I would like to thank Investec. I would like to thank IWFSA, Madam President, and our YLC leadership. Thank you to DDG Manzini for staying with us and for your support. To all our speakers, our mentors, our mentees, thank you to our wonderful MC Nozipo for keeping us on track. All the guests here who joined us online, and for those who are attending the pitching awards, they will kick after lunch, so you can find Zintle Romano, who will then guide you. For the guests joining us tonight at our Ideal Awards event, we start promptly at 6 o'clock. And with that, enjoy your ideal lunch. Thank you, everyone.